Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Now, let me just go through
All
here
right.
because the meeting's just about to start.
Okay.
I can't believe I can't use my own.
Victoria and Mayor Angelo,
This
you're
volume
now
is
live
way
on
down.
YouTube.
You go to open. And we'll get your volume turned up on this one too. Here it comes.
Okay. All right.
So let's get you situated where you like to be.
Okay.
Oops.
Is that feeding back into this?
Yeah, it might be.
Okay. I'll just take this off.
Left or right-handed?
I'm right-handed.
And once you know that, hold in front of you all night. Okay. Here's your volume.
Oh, good. That was the reason. Thank you.
Okay, where are you at now?
I don't know.
Here you go.
Okay.
Okay, so set that to you and the flag over here. So right before,
I gotta turn this down. I'll feed back into, where do I do that? Right here?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
That
put
should
your
be
face
good.
back.
I'm not Dolores
Oh,
Vasquez.
she'll change your name.
Oh, good.
Why is it still doing?
I don't
Is your
know.
other one still turned on?
I'm gonna turn it. I'm gonna undo it.
I don't know where it's coming from. You're ready to go.
Dolores, could you help me identify anybody that speaks? Because I have to use a computer I'm not familiar with.
Yes,
and
sir, I
can't
sure
see
will.
everybody. Okay. Did she just hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You like
Oh,
that better?
yes, I like that much
Okay,
better.
there you go.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. I'll call the January 19th, 2021 regular Board of Trustees meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Carabas,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Rogan.
Present.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there still a loud background noise on one of the computers?
Yes, there's a feedback. It's pretty bad.
I didn't hear it on my end, but I'm not sure.
I am. I'll go check in the other room one more time. Oh, there, it stopped.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's much better.
Is that better?
Yeah, it went away.
Okay. This is a time that we participate in a reflective moment of silence. Let's dedicate our thoughts to the now more than 400,000 victims of the COVID pandemic. Thank you. Again, I can't even believe that that number's where it's at now. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
it.
Do we have anybody that would like to amend the agenda at this time? If not, I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. This is an opportunity for our constituents to address the Board of Trustees in audience business. This is the time for anybody who wishes to speak about the summit proposal before us tonight. This is the time to speak because the summit issue is a resolution and it is not a public hearing. You can also speak on anything other than ordinances that are before us this evening. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk?
I don't see any hands raised.
My volume is way down on being able to hear anybody. So keep that in mind if I don't acknowledge anybody this evening. You don't see anybody, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a Boulder County Sheriff's Report. Sergeant Bill Christ. Sergeant?
All right. Good evening, everybody. First thing I'd like to start out with is probably a little bit of what's weighing on everybody's mind is the events in Washington being scheduled for tomorrow, the big inauguration. Working with FBI and all kinds of intel, receiving absolutely zero credible threats to anything local along the Front Range, really even in the Denver. This is really turning out to be a non-event. Not to say that anything can't happen, but we are not projecting anything to go awry tomorrow. We will be extra vigilant around public and governmental buildings and so forth. And we'll obviously react to anything that does come up if in fact it does. Second thing is the schools are back in basically their full hybrid type of schedule. It's a Monday through Thursday type of schedule. And one thing that we're noticing amongst a lot of schools in St. Vrain right now is due to COVID-19, a lot of parents and drive them in. So traffic volume is a little bit more heavier in some particular schools in the St. Vrain area. We haven't seen a major uptick in lines, but it's kind of my public service announcement to everybody listening to watch for kids walking. There will be extra volume of traffic in and around schools during pickup and drop off time. So be cautious of that. I have a annual report just about ready to be submitted. I had kind of a goal of the middle of this month, and just waiting on a couple more tidbits of information that I'd like to add to the report. So I'll get that submitted to Administrator Simonson once that's done. And then the final thing I have is on Thursday, I have been subpoenaed to testify at the state level for the final disposition of the liquor license revocation for the Lions Den for the state. So I will be doing that on Thursday, and that is all I have for a report today.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Please be safe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on, trustee reports. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Angelo. I just wanted to report that the annual town report is going along quite well. I have delineated 35 separate inputs that are going to be required. Sounds like a lot, but I've also invited a lot of the outside organizations in town, such as LEAF and LCF, to be a part of the town report. I think it's important. They're part of the fabric of the town. It's always been my experience in previous town reports in other states that they were included in any annual town report. So of the 35 that I pinpointed, I've got 13 of them in so far. I've got solid promises on all the rest of them, except for a couple that I'm going to pursue. I anticipate probably having this wrapped up sometime mid-February in deference to Administrator or to Finance Director Johnson's caveat. We probably won't be publishing this until sometime in March when we have the financial figures. So we'll have it all wrapped up except for the financial figures. So it's going well, and I'm excited about it.
I'm excited about it as well. Thank you, sir. Trustee Browning, Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me.
Let's see, the Parks Commission met last Monday, whatever date that was. And they spent a lot of time talking about what Lions could be doing in the terms of dark sky initiatives. There kind of coincidentally, I guess there was also a big front page article in the Sunday Denver Post on that, focused mostly on the Western Slope communities. Although the certification as a dark sky community would be difficult and take some time and probably some expense, there are other like partial measures that the Parks and Recreation Commission is going to study. For example, designating the parks as dark sky areas, and perhaps at some point this year, maybe at the same time that there's some type of a celestial event, a partial eclipse or something like that, perhaps trying to sponsor a dark sky night in Lyons, where businesses and residents and the town and everybody would be encouraged to turn off as many lights as possible and see if we can tell a difference. And so they're working on that, and they're going to be giving input to the UEB on the proposed lighting policy. And that's they're pretty enthused about that, and I think it's something worth investigating, and they're going to be looking into it.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Not much to report. The HPC is not meeting this month, although Yanni did send out a poll to see when we could meet with the PCDC. So that's extremely exciting. And Economic Vitality meets tomorrow morning. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Caravas.
Good evening, everybody. UEB will be meeting for their second meeting of the month tomorrow, the 20th, 4:30. They'll be looking at a lot of the things they have been looking at, wastewater capital improvement projects along with the other utilities capital improvement projects for the year. They'll be discussing the need or not the need to go into more rate studies, as it's been several years, so that'll be in discussion. Their last meeting, they did discuss and worked on the solar farm issue that we approved and sent them down the path, and they are working on that and still gathering information on that. They did touch on the lights, the street lights, and the new census meters, electric meters. The company does have modules that we can add to the system. We can communicate with the light poles modules, or would need to be added to each light pole that we do use for turning it down, adjusting the cost. Just early estimates are, a few tens of thousands of dollars for that. Could probably go higher depending without installation costs. But I think Aaron's will probably touch on that a little more in his report. And if he's not, I just gave him the hint to do so since I see him on the call. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Get that, Aaron. And I think that's about the most of it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Trustee Miller?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things here. Let me get to my notes. The Housing and Human Services Commission met on the 12th of January. We did not have a quorum, so it was more of a discussion. But it basically, we welcomed Regan Bullers. She's a new member. We had a resignation. Johnny Jane had to resign due to health issues. So we are currently looking for some more board members again, unfortunately. Let's see. Leaf report said that there was 44 to 50 families that were weekly families. I think that, it fluctuates from week to week. And we got word that the Winter Plaza, where the old medical center used to be, is actually up for rent again. The lease that Centura Health held is now over. So he's looking for some thing to fill that building with. So if anybody has any ideas, let us know. Or wants to pursue a medical building or a medical center there. Let's see. There's a wildfire mental health sessions that they're paying for folks who need to talk to somebody post-fire, up to 5 family or individual therapy sessions. I believe that's through Boulder County. Z-Trip, again, got funded by Boulder County because they're not sure if the Y bus is coming back until at least 2022. So they gave us $40,000 for that instead of 25 this year. And so we do have some more funds. That's about it on the Housing and Human Services. There was one more thing about food delivery here and getting some sort of food delivery from the grocery stores. So that's kind of in the works. Boulder County is working on getting some sort of delivery service, at least for the seniors, so they don't have to go grocery shopping. That's also through Boulder County. So then for Alliance Arts and Humanities, I have some other stuff. Let me get to that one. So that Alliance Arts and Humanities is working on a public poetry project. There will be an open call for poems, and those selected will be installed around town, in businesses, open empty spaces. And we want to pull a snippet of the poetry for a mural on Town Hall eventually. That's one of the ideas. A call is open for artists to submit high quality original art and sculpture for Hearts of Lions Outdoor Arts Collection. They will be installing at least 7 sculptures in 2021. And if anybody's interested, let me know. I can put that link out there. I can email it to you all for that if you'd like. There's 2 creative outlet electrical boxes painted in 2021. There will be this year in Laverne Johnson Park. They're just finalizing the exact boxes that those will be. And then Alliance Arts and Humanities Commission member Sunny is finalizing painting the tree on Main Street in the upcoming weeks. So keep an eye out for new artwork. And that's what I've got.
Excellent report. Thank you, Trustee Miller. Trustee Wah.
Good evening, everyone. I have nothing to report. I was unable to attend the PCDC meeting, but I do know there is a follow-up special meeting of the PCDC tomorrow. It's a workshop to review options related to the comp plan. So I'll just make everyone aware that that's occurring. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. The Student Advisory Committee met. We spoke about signage at the skate park, vaping, smoking, and helmets. They were in favor of each of those. Counselor, they were very appreciative of the information you sent them regarding the voting age. And we had a discussion in regard to statutory town as opposed to home rule. And that was also quite interesting. We spoke about Mayor Sullivan's idea of developing a relationship with the police department, and depending on which candidate, maybe not depending on which candidate, but with either candidate, I'd like to include the fire department in that concept also. There were at least 5 committee members that wanted to join the CEMEX committee, which doesn't surprise me. It's their planet. It's where they're going to live. And it was very interesting because it wasn't negative by any means. And at the end of the meeting, at the end of that discussion, we talked about the positive aspects of what CEMEX contributes both to the town and the economy in regard to producing cement. They are working on finalizing their town report for Trustee Lowell for inclusion in the yearly report. The Sustainability Futures Committee met the next day. And it was an interesting discussion. We talked about broadband access into town, which isn't exactly sustainable, but it's an issue that came up nonetheless. They also expressed interest in participating in the CEMEX advisory panel. We talked about the solar farm, zero waste goals, bear-proof containers. It was an interesting discussion on e-bike implementation for workers in town. And they requested a letter of support for the Boulder County composting facility. We spoke about what we'd like the grant to go for this year. Spring cleanup, of course. They discuss the remaining trash in the confluence and what that would cost to clean up, what the dumpster cost would be. Let's see. We spoke about watt meters in regard to actually how much the Christmas lights cost to put up. We talked about a light bulb exchange. And other than that, I'll discuss in future meetings, including
Oh, Tootie.
the Sustainability Futures Committee in meetings with the UEB and opening up lines of further communication, because they do have some of the same interests in mind. For instance, the solar farm and things like that. That's it for my reports. Moving on. Let's see. Boards and commissions, I apologize. I did not get the application name from Dolores this afternoon, but we have a gentleman that would like to be both on the committee that reviews the budget and also the Economic Vitality Commission. And I'm going to talk to him and see if he would be willing to be on both of those committees, because the budget committee doesn't meet that often during the year. And I'll try to take care of that at the next meeting for sure. I apologize about that oversight. Next is staff reports, finance update, staff.
Good evening, Mayor Angelo and Board of Trustees. The financial reports, which are in your packet, are for the month of December. They are marked as preliminary, and there's a reason why for that. So whenever we do our December financials, because it is the end of the fiscal year, we are still booking expenses and revenue back into 2020 over the next 60 days. So while the reports that you have are through 12/31, they will continue to change as we move forward over the next 6 weeks. So just be aware of that. Something I would like to highlight in the financial statements is our sales tax. Our sales tax has actually been very, very good for this year. I've talked a lot about in 2019, we actually had a pretty phenomenal year for sales tax. We ended up the year at 13.7% over budget. So our budget number for 2019 was $1,160,000. When we did the budget for 2020, we didn't know the actual number at that point. So we usually take the budget number instead of the actual number for 2019, apply the multiplier to it, which we usually get from the state budget office, which for 2020 was 5%. And that's what our budget number is. So for 2020, our budget in total between the two funds is actually $1,217,960. Right now, our actual, if we look at including November, is at $1,148,573. So we're actually very close. We're within about $70,000. And in looking at even if we go back to 17 and 18 for December, we would at least hit that number. So I'm pretty confident that we are going to meet our budget for 2020, which is pretty phenomenal considering all of the challenges that we have had this year. I think that that's phenomenal. So That's all I really wanted to point out in my report. Did anyone have any questions about the information that was provided?
Are there any questions for Finance Director Johnson? Trustee Wah?
Not necessarily a question. It's really more with the report that you provided that shows the local versus non-local revenue. I think it's important that we look, and while what you said is accurate, that the overall taxes are not off significantly. I think this tells a pretty interesting story. If we look at local taxes, we're seeing significant impact, in some cases 50% of what they were the year before. And I think that is an interesting story. We're seeing that non-local has gone up about 10% from about 40% on average to over 50% on average. So, I think that, while it's great for the town in terms of we're generating the revenue that we expected, I think there's a bigger story to tell, and it really shows the economic impact that has occurred to the businesses that are located in town. You can see, for instance, just in is it June, we're seeing a $30,000 decrease. We're seeing significant percentage decreases in local tax generation. So I think that's why I asked to have this report shown, because I think it does tell a story that is significant. And I think a lot of the things that have been impacted are some of the larger items like lodging and restaurants and those types of things that are significant income generators in terms of larger transactions and subsequently larger sales tax. So just wanted to point that out. And I think this is a report that I appreciate. I think we've been asking for this for a couple of months. So I appreciate this, and I look forward to seeing it on a regular basis and looking at these numbers a little bit more closely.
Absolutely. I'll make sure that we include that going forward.
Good point.
Another report that I would like to include going forward as we go into 2021 is in 2020, it was the first year that we did our monthly budget. And so what I was kind of waiting for is for it to kind of normalize, because there was some varying ways of how numbers were reported in the past. So to get 1 year under our belt of doing it on a monthly basis was really important. And I think now as we go into 2021, I would like to start looking at variances to budget. So, and doing a report, and it doesn't need to be something that I would actually report on, but it would be more of a report included in the packet, which would show the variances and why we have those variances. Because I think at this point, that would be something that we should be reporting to the board. So you should be able to see that going forward as we move into 2021.
Any further questions for Finance Director Johnson? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Utility update. And before you start, Aaron, I would like to congratulate Aaron Kaplan for a concise, forthright presentation to DOLA that will perhaps result in a substantial contribution toward completion of the Longs Peak water and sewer project costs. I was online and heard Aaron's presentation, and it was really, really good. And it went a long way towards us perhaps getting these funds. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, thank you for that. It was a group effort with Victoria and Jill, Administrator Simonson and Director Johnson. So we all put that together, and hopefully it helps, and we can then do some more projects, keep moving along on what we need to get done. I hadn't planned to do too much on the electric, but since Trustee Karavis asked about the lights, I do have the proposal that was given. Oh, what type of document was that? That was a PDF. And so just the quick note on it is that it would be, again, this is to take advantage of using the same system we have for the electric and water meters. And so there'd be a one-time setup fee of $1,200 and training on that of 1,000. So they're looking at 2,200 for an initial cost, but then it's 2,800 a year for the annual fee to run the software. So that's the big one we'd want to really take into consideration. There is still a cost of the module that goes on the light, and that's $110 per light. So not a huge cost, but that really depends how many lights we're going to have. And with some discussion on the dark skies and other aspects, we may want to find out a little bit more how many lights we're really going to want to have on, or is it something where we would want those lights on for certain periods of time and people would be more accepting of them then? And so we should move forward with it. So there's still a bit to wait on that to go forward with that larger proposal. The one thing I did find out is there are some sections, part of Main Street, I believe both parks, Enline was telling me, that do work with multiple lights on one module. So we wouldn't have to buy a module for all of the lights. I also don't know what input CDOT has over the lights over the highway and Main Street then. So still some variables we have to look at for that. I was gonna well, any questions on that specifically? Popped up, I can't see if there's any hands. Okay. Seeing none, then I would move on to the wastewater. I was gonna start with, because I wasn't gonna do quite as much on the wastewater because there was a lot more to talk about with the water this meeting. But with the wastewater, I did include in the packet the CDPHE approval to move forward with the re-rating process. Again, this is the permit we applied for that would allow us to make changes to the wastewater plant that would allow the plant to accept more of this biochemical oxygen demand, this pollutant that we've had concerns with, one of the two main pollutants that we've had problems with or concerns with. So we did get that approval. For those who didn't see it, I did write a short article for the paper to try to give some more information on the permits because we have a lot going on with the permits. I've mentioned before, we have 3 basically different permits all in process with CDPHE. So we just got approval now to move forward with this construction. Again, that was last submitted to them September. So you could tell that's 4 months and now they've said, okay, we can move forward. Before we do that, I think it's important that we find out exactly where we're going to be at with the general permit conversion that I've talked about. This was switching from the fact that we have an individualized permit for our specific area. I hadn't yet found out why it was done that way, if there's more push from the state to switch to this general permit, but this general permit has looked to be a little bit cheaper, a little bit less regulation. So we did decide to go ahead and move forward with that. And I am hearing from the state that they are working on it. They've actually sent 2 communications about different pollutants. They seem to be working with us because they were concerned about one of the rules that would come up. In this case, it was for ammonia. And we have no problem meeting the ammonia that they needed, but it was very nice, I would say, to hear from them asking before they issued this permit if that would be a concern, so that they are working with us. They're willing to try to see where we're at to make sure we also know what we're getting into with this general permit and that they're not just going to put something unexpected on us. At least that's the way it appears. The third part of the permit was to move the outfall. Again, currently the outfall is pretty close to the wastewater treatment facility, and we had that reconstructed. It's been done for at least a year, if not 2, and that's going down below or east of the Highland Ditch. So that also has a number of changes that are involved, and that got stuck in that administrative review that I've talked about, but switching to the general permit will allow us to use the new outfall. So hopefully that's finished by the end of this month, early February. We can start using the new outfall, and then we can really look at what our new permit has and see where we stand with the increases or the construction work that would need to be done for this re-rating. Again, we throw in the fact that we have the litigation with Honeywell, and if that really ramps up and we get something decided on, that may change what we want to do with the wastewater plant also, right? If they truly come back and admit some of the things that we've been claiming, we may have something else to work with there. So while we have the approval to go forward, I just wanted to point out why we want to wait for a few more things to come into place. On the wastewater report, I just included the report from Ramey to again go through some of the monthly numbers there for you, but didn't really have anything else to update on. I didn't have a chance to put together the full report that I have done before. But again, you're getting it most months, so I thought that would be okay with all the water issues. Any questions on the wastewater side of things?
Any questions for Aaron? Nope. You, sir.
So moving on to the water, in addition to what I had in the report, some of those documents, I did want to mention, just got an email I hadn't heard before, but Governor Polis did activate what they're calling phase 3 of the state drought plan. He did that actually back in November. So it has been in place, but again, with the lack of snow, there is some concern. So I've reached out to Longmont to talk with them since they provide our water, their input and their concerns would be pretty heavy into how we decide what we want to do since they're the ones supplying the treated water. And in the first discussion, again, just had this somewhat a little bit yesterday and today, and that they really feel you can't see what's going on until at least February, maybe even a little later. We know we get some big spring snows. Long term, they haven't been too worried about where the CBT shares of water come from. Again, we get water from different places for rights, or Longmont gets their water based on the rights they have from different places. And the CBT aspect of it, which comes from northern water, wasn't as much of a concern. The real concern and focus now is what effect the fires will have. The Calwood fire, as we know, came pretty close. And so that may affect the South St. Vrain Creek and the water there. So they're watching that very closely. And I will be working with them. They update a drought plan every year. We have some previous information, but I hope to put together at least a basic drought plan so that we have something that we can update and at least have it for this year and see how things go. On the concerns about the water pressure, we did get in the big 6-inch valve, which sounds small, but it's a 300-pound piece of metal valve that we have to get down into the ground. And so it actually turns out, I was told it was supposed to fit into the 24-inch manhole, but it is probably not going to fit. So we have to do a little bit of construction. We're going to see if we can just remove the rim and get in there, but there may be a little bit more. So I have to go out for a bigger bid on the construction for that, just in case, have it prepared. We'll be over on 5th. Not too big of a deal where it is, but we'll probably have to shut down 5th. People will be able to work around that. I hope to have that going. I don't know if I can get a proposal back to you guys by the 1st for approval. And if not, that pushes it out to the 15th. But I'll see when I can get the approval or when I can get a bid, right? Going through all the process there and get it to you guys for your okay. The other big change is that the lead and copper rule, this is dealing with the water side of things. We do have to test for both lead and copper. A lot of the concern or a lot of discussion in lines has always been the copper because of the wastewater side of copper, but it is also something we monitor on the water side. And on the water side, the rules were implemented. I guess the change has been in place for a little while or has been being reviewed. And now, of course, after Flint, everyone is very concerned about lead. And the biggest change that this may impact is them wanting an inventory of any lead service lines, or that you don't have lead service lines. So it's not a huge task in that we don't have to check everything because a lot of that was done within certain years. So we can at least rule out some locations based on when they were built. but there may be a bit more that needs to be dedicated to this. We'll see where it goes. Being a smaller utility, I did read all utilities, regardless of size, do have to start implementing this. So it's also a project that I'll now have to take up and see where we go with the lead and copper concerns. Oh, and they're changing it a little bit. We'll have to test schools. Lyons only has the two, not too big of a deal. We'll have to test childcare facilities. It makes sense to me. Those are places we want to test anyways, but they were not on our testing, or they were not on the state's testing criteria before, and now they will be. So we'll add those in and work to get that done. Then we move on to the documents in the report, and the first one being the letter from Longmont. It was all there for you guys to read, so I would open it up to questions. I would point out the main issue that we've all been waiting for is the documentation there that shows, right, that we have 727 shares. Let me switch over to that. Did I keep it open? I thought I had it open, but 727 shares, and we only have to dedicate 706.8, showing that we do have 20 point something CBT shares. So that was one we were all waiting to see, just to make sure, as we're discussing more and get into it a little more with the pre-existing commitments and what shares we will need. I wanted to point that out. And then I thought I would open it up to specific questions on the letter from Longmont.
Are there any questions for Aaron in regard to the Longmont letter?
I thought for sure you guys would have
Mayor
some
Pro Tem
questions. And I
Browning.
wasn't. So then the next, right, no, I don't see any. Then the next document in there.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning has his hand
Oh,
up.
you do, okay.
Oh,
Not really a question. I just wanted to make sure I had these numbers right, that, and I think you just reviewed them. We have 727 CBT shares in our inventory, 706.8 existing connections, I guess, and that would leave us 20.2 margin, excess margin, and we've identified somewhere around 5 pre-existing commitments left in existing town limits. And then, of course, we also now have some Lake McIntosh shares that are usable for some purposes. So it looks like we're in pretty good shape on our water share inventory based on the information that is now updated.
Yeah.
Thank you again for clarifying all that in the first place, and very importantly, getting it down on paper with Longmont, because until that step's done, always worried, but this looks good, and I appreciate all the effort and work that went into it.
I agree. I've been waiting for that too, to have it in writing from Longmont.
any other
So,
questions for Aaron? Continue, sir.
so the next part of in the water document was my summary or discussion for pre-existing commitments. Now, that's where we've talked about what properties in town, or what properties, I shouldn't say in town, in general, were considered to be this idea of pre-existing commitments, as this term is found in our Longmont IGA. So again, I included the summary, trying to go over where it's specifically defined and how it's listed there, and how it does talk about land use approval and contractual commitments. And the easier one being contractual commitments are something in writing that you gave a contract to somebody that you would give them a CBT, or you would give them a connection to the water in exchange for not needing to supply water rights. Again, the only agreements we're aware of are those that were done for Apple Valley, and all of those except one were done. And that one is actually I'm going tomorrow to see if they're going to be connecting to the water line, or if they have to do some more work on that. So once that one is in, we shouldn't have any more contractual commitments to worry about. But then there's this idea of land use approval. And so getting that definition was, I thought, the important part. And so in some discussions on that, we had come up with that there needed to be 3 things that the land use approval needed, right? It needed to be annexed into town or a part of town when the town became a town. It needed to be zoned, and it needed to be platted. So in the discussion, those were the 3 things that we saw that needed to be there. And again, Longmont was saying to just put down in what we had defined, and they thought that sounded appropriate. And then we could show them what were pre-existing commitments, because you may have seen in the letter, they did want us to document this also, just like we want to know that for ourselves. But then we had to go on to find out exactly, what land use approval is towards. Is it to a lot? Is it to a parcel? Is it to something else? And so in my research, I looked through our code and went through some of it where it talks about whoever divides, subdivides, redivides, re-subdivides, or participates in the division of a new or existing lot, tract, or parcel of land, or more lots, parcels, plats, sites, and divisions. There's a lot in there, trying to just paraphrase. Must be submitted to and approved. So you can see, I guess, in there that they're also just trying to include all of it, a lot, a tract, a parcel, but we really need something that's defined there. I did notice in another section, 17.7.10, that it talks about in consolidating lots, though, it does mention the purpose of this article is to establish an administrative subdivision process applicable to proposals to consolidate and combine lawfully subdivided lots into one or more building sites. So for me, it was that they used building sites, because I noticed Boulder and Longmont also talk about either a building lot or a building site. And I included in there the link. You can see that Boulder has quite a bit of what they determine as a building lot, or a building lot for Boulder. So I thought that was important for us to decide, because again, if somebody had to consolidate a few lots to build on it, then that would probably be just one building lot. If the lots are there separate still, and if you can build on them individually, they would appear to be individual building lots. So I wanted to put out there what I had found and what had come up with, and then going forward, I put in the actual land use approvals that we have found and looked at. Again, mentioning 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly the 5, the 5th one there, that looked to be pre-existing commitments from what we've deduced pre-existing commitments to be. So I did think that one would have some discussion, but if that's for another time, oh, sorry, I'm cutting myself off. Everyone was okay with the definitions. Everyone had a chance to dig into pre-existing commitments and feels pretty good if we're going to give that to Longmont as our pre-existing commitments. Okay, you guys are making this easy on me. So the third part of the water was just to put in, again, after the previous meeting, we had talked about economic development and the use of Lake McIntosh water shares for that. So I included my memo after the discussion I had with Ken Hewson at Longmont on how they have their own definition of what economic development is. And they knew that Lyons would not fit into it and would not want to try to fit into it, where, as I mentioned, they're calling 2.5 million in annual sales as that. So I thought it was, again, something that the trustees needed to work on. I know we later on have the general business where we can decide if it's something that you want to define or that you want to just look at when it comes up. The little bit that I had to add on it from doing my research, and what I thought was important, I passed on to you all that link last week of, for me, I was just watching a gardening show. and was very impressed that a lot of this whole thing was talking about, one, they mentioned the economic development in there and pointing out that they put in 1.5 million or maybe billion into landscaping this 22 miles of railroad. And then they felt that that brought them in 6 million and or billion, I can't remember which, in new business. And that was economic development. So I thought it important, especially for everyone, we should make note that parks could potentially be economic development. So we might want to keep that in mind as other issues come up, that where economic development is going to take a bit of defining and working through. You know, I felt for me, I would want to be careful about new residential development, necessarily just getting a benefit by being able to use Lake McIntosh. But again, if it was something where they were bringing in some sales tax, which we've seen Longmont using as their definition of economic development. So for Lions, they would say 10,000. I don't think we could do 25,000. I don't know. I haven't looked at that part of it. That's the finance side there. But if somebody could bring in, let's just use 10,000 in annual sales tax, that would be economic development. Or is it possible? I don't know if it's legal. It's just an idea to throw out there. Is it possible to state, okay, we will consider you economic development if you bring in 10,000 a year for the next 5 years? And if you're confident on that, you will put up and you will give the $10,000 a year, regardless. If this project doesn't do it, then you're on the hook for that 10,000. Just an idea to try to make sure you're getting some type of economic development. Again, just trying to put together a bunch of thoughts that I had on it as I discussed it. And that was really it.
Any questions for Aaron? Thank you, sir. Administrator reports, and before you start, Administrator Simonson, I would also like to compliment you in regard to finding additional funds from DOLA for the Longs Peak project. Like I said at the last meeting, I consider that your brilliance, and I hope that we're successful. I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch.
Sure.
But I'm very confident that we're going to do well, and thank you very much.
Yeah, as Aaron said, it's always a team effort here with our small staff. So I agree. It felt like a good presentation to their board. I want to start with just a quick COVID update because information has changed since the packet went out on Thursday last week. We are happy to announce that Boulder County's rolling average over the last 14 days has actually gone down significantly from 96 to 71 cases per day. And Boulder County is now the lowest of all of the metro area in regard to cases per 100,000. So that's a good direction to be going. We have unfortunately had to date a total of 207 deaths in Boulder County due to COVID. And 27% of our population over 70 has received at least one COVID vaccine and received notice this afternoon on coordinating transportation efforts to get the remainder of our 70 plus residents transported to appointments to be able to get their vaccine. So we'll be working on focusing on that over the coming couple of weeks. As you probably read in the report, we do have 4 different funding sources right now that we've applied for grants and feel pretty good about them. The first one is that energy mineral grant. We asked for a 50-50 match regarding Longs Peak water and sewer replacement of $577,500 is what we requested. Of course, they had $9 million more of requests than they have funding. So I will not be surprised if we're not funded in its entirety, but we're hopeful that they will come up with some form of matching fund. For the board's, for your memory, we did budget for the entire amount of that project. So anything we get will be savings to our bottom line in the water and sewer fund. The second item is this Dr. Cog funding for US 36 Broadway improvements and the St. Vrain Corridor Trail improvements. There is some new information, and Trustee Rogan will be attending that meeting on your behalf on January 25th, that there is potential that the match to that grant, which is currently an 80-20 match, could be changed to a 90-10 match or a 100-0 match. And so using CARES Act funding. So she's going to go and represent our community and support that there may not have to be as high of a match to those projects as well, which would be significant. Thirdly, we did receive notice from the Boulder County Collaborative that all of the other communities other than Longmont and Lyons are now completely finished up with their community development block grant projects, which left us with an additional, we had planned to receive about $988,000 for our last few projects, and now that is over $1 million. And so we will be able to finance the 4th Avenue Ped Bridge design, the what has been called Red Hill Gulch, but it's probably more appropriate is the Bone Park drainage improvements. And with the additional 100,000, we'll be purchasing 2 generators that are, one will be at our new Public Works facility, or if power goes out there, we don't have a redundant source, as well as one of our wastewater lift stations out in Eagle Canyon. So the other good news about that one was they moved the deadline to spend that money from June 30th to October 15th, actually. I had that wrong in my report. So we are fully planning to complete all 3 of those projects in 2021. And then lastly, today we had a meeting with GOCO, Great Outdoors Colorado, which is lottery funding. They are having a special round of grant funding for resiliency due to COVID and wanting to help communities improve access to the great outdoors during the pandemic. So we had submitted a grant previously, and they gave us some feedback that they didn't have enough funding for that round, but they wanted us to submit it in the February round. So we met with them today. They're really excited about our project. We told them about the overcrowding in our parks this last summer, all year, but the overcrowding in parks and the condition of the Black Bear Hole. And they very strongly encouraged us to submit a grant for it'll be between $250,000 and probably $70,000 for potential of a bathroom at Black Bear Hole or the 2nd Avenue parking lot by the wastewater plant. Significant improvements to the riparian corridor right there that's been really beat up. And some of the improvements we've talked about previously at Laverne Johnson Park. So with the gate and converting those spaces, parking spaces to camping, they are interested in helping us with all of those. So that grant is due in 2 weeks, and we'll be submitting for that as well. And they would love to see improvements being made as soon as possible to help with this summer's planned influx of people visiting parks again. So really excited about all those opportunities. And again, it takes a team to get this kind of grants put together and put out and presented and all of that. And so thanks to all my staff who've been helping with that. Old Man Winter is coming to Lyons this year, but will look very different. It will be held over 2 weekends, February 6th and 7th and 13th and 14th. So there's some details in your packet about that, as well as there were several attachments in your packet regarding tourism and marketing opportunities we're going to take advantage of over this winter and spring months. So any questions for me from my report or otherwise?
Any questions for Administrator Simonson?
Okay, thank you.
Legal update, Counselor.
Thank you, Mary Angelo. I don't have a full report this time. I just want to remind everyone that we will have an executive session on Honeywell at the next meeting. So make sure you're there for that. And that's really all I have to report this time.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please read ordinance 1092 into the record?
Yes, sir. This is the second reading, a public hearing on ordinance 1092, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing and replacing chapter 8, articles 2 and chapter 11, article 1, section 60, and creating a new chapter 8, article 4 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning vehicle impoundment, parking, and abandoned vehicle and property enforcement.
Thank you. Staff.
I guess I'll be giving the report on this one. This is once again the parking ordinance 1092, which we all know and love. Since the last reading, there has been one thing we have discovered or further evaluated, which is the interaction between 11160B and the rest of the code that's being proposed, and that is 11160B. It currently prohibits a trailer which is not self-propelled from being parked in the public right of way for longer than 2 hours, where it's zoned residential. And so that exists in the code right now. Several of the provisions which we have proposed as part of the amendment would seemingly conflict with that. And essentially, right now, you would be limited to parking your trailer for 2 hours unless it was commercial, which has its own separate provisions. And so, we have prepared a number of potential fixes for that. That the board can consider. I'll probably get into more of those on discussion, but all of them would involve either repealing 11160B paired with some sort of either new additions to other sections of the proposed amendment, or amending 11160B to create various exceptions. And so I just want to alert you to that issue. Trustee Browning also emailed the board with that provision before this meeting as well. It's something to keep in mind that something will need to be done about 11160B, in my opinion, given the board's intent to create, more options for trailer parking rather than restrict them to 2 hours. And so that's for our discussion tonight, something I want the board to consider. With that, I don't really have any other presentation. I think we've discussed this one quite a lot at this point. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time if there are any.
Are there any questions for Counselor?
Trustee Browning or Mayor Pro Tem Browning has his hand raised.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think you covered the situation with trailers. I just want to make sure that we're clear, and since this is a public hearing, if any members of the public are listening in on this and wish to comment on it, to be clear where we stand on really all three different kinds of vehicles, using that term generally. Right now, if we leave this ordinance as it is, as it passed on first reading, trailers, and we leave 11160B on the books, trailers of any size, other than the commercial trailers that are separately regulated, could only be parked on town streets of right of way for 2 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, as I said earlier, that is correct, given
Okay.
the current configuration of the code.
And then where ordinance 1092 stands after first reading, the second category would be recreational vehicles. And as that stands right now, recreational vehicles could be parked for up to 72 hours, basically for loading, unloading purposes. And then additionally, visiting RVs could be parked up to 2 10-day periods per year by permit that would not cost anything. So that would be, otherwise RVs of any size couldn't be parked on town right of way and streets. Is that how where that stands?
Yeah, that's correct. At this point, there's the 72-hour loading and unloading exception, and then also the permitting system we implemented as part of this code change. And then, of course, there's commercial vehicles, which may encompass some of these things that have their own restrictions.
Right. And then the third category that's a defined term is watercraft. And I think those, if I read it where we stand right now, is that they would be in the same situation as RVs. That you could have them in front of your house or somebody else's house that consents to them for up to 72 hours for purposes of loading or unloading your boat, basically for a fishing or camping trip or whatever. So that's where we stand right now. But otherwise, even like a little 10-foot flatbed trailer that's parked all the time out on 2nd Avenue, if it's there for more than 2 hours, it would be illegal.
That's correct.
Okay.
Trustee Lowell has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I got to tell you, I remain confused. On page 7 of Ordinance 1092, Section 4 says Chapter 11, Article 1, Section 60 of the Lyons Municipal Code is hereby repealed in its entirety and replaced with the following provisions. How then can the old 11-160 still be in effect if this is approved?
Sorry, let me look at the code provisions real quick.
You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, Council, on page 7 of this ordinance, Section 4?
Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down to page 7. So in the ordinance as proposed, 11-160B, what we have provided is 11-160B as is being proposed in the code, which says trailers is unlawful to park any trailers as defined by section 8420 on any public street, alley, right of way, street block. And so actually, if you look at what is being proposed in the code, it's even more restrictive that you can't park a trailer at all, which I think actually what we discussed at the last meeting. If you look at page 7 of the code right now, as proposed, was 11-160B.
Yes, I see that. But if this 1092 is passed, then 11-160B is no longer in effect. The old one that you were referring to.
Correct. It's the new one's even more restrictive, where there's not even a 2-hour allowance. It says that no trailer shall be permitted to park.
I'm just trying to get some clarity here.
Right.
I don't know what's being suggested here.
What's being suggested is that under the code as proposed in the 11-160B as proposed, and I think it was an error to quote the old version. Even in the new version, it says it shall be unlawful to place any trailer as defined by the code in any public street, alley, or right of way, regardless of whether such trailer is property licensed or registered. So this is even more restrictive than what was previously proposed, or excuse me, what's previously in the code.
Okay.
So as of the code stands right now, you would not be able to park any trailer in a public street unless it was being used for commercial purposes or under the exceptions listed in 11-160B as proposed, which is a trailer or semi-trailer for temporary loading and unloading of construction activity. And there's no time limit on that. So that is the issue, is that if you had a trailer that you owned, a little flat top or a recreational trailer to haul dirt bikes, you would not be able to permit that, to put that into the right of way unless it was solely for the purposes of unloading or loading. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it answers my question. I mean, we passed it on first reading, so clearly that item is coming up kind of late now. It seems like we all had agreed that was appropriate. The new code.
I think there were, I think there was some confusion as to what the status of trailers was and whether or not it was included in the 72-hour provisions for loading and unloading. I think that's where the confusion that was brought to my attention between the last meeting and this one.
Okay, it only muddies the water. I mean, we have the ordinance before us and we need to vote on it as written, unless somebody wants to amend it.
Correct. And all I'm suggesting is that there's a potential conflict in the code that you should consider, and that's certainly the board's role to determine what amendments should be made, if any.
All right, thank you.
Do you have the language to amend, Counselor?
I don't think it's appropriate at this point because we're not at the point where we're amending the code, but I do have several options available to the board if the board so desires to amend this section.
So where are we? Where do we go from here?
So at this point, it's staff report. So if there's no more questions and the staff report is over, then it's time for a public hearing and audience comment
Right.
because this is a second reading.
Right. Okay. I thought that we were going to correct the ordinance as suggested, but apparently not.
It's not the appropriate time to do that, as I mentioned earlier. We have to wait until the discussion of the ordinance.
Okay, then I'll open the public hearing for discussion by the public on ordinance 1092. Would anybody wish to address the board at this time?
Sir, there's someone with their hand raised. I'm not sure how to say their name. So
Please state your name and address for the record.
The name there is Shirello. This is Charles Dean speaking. Lyons resident, PO Box 1806.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Well, first of all, when I was following this matter, when this matter came up 2 weeks ago, I believe it was Trustee Miller brought up a question, and she asked, why are we doing this? She stated that we haven't had any issues, hasn't been a problem in the town. And I noticed that it was quite noteworthy at the time that there wasn't any answer to that question. And thinking about this, just in general, I think there's a lot of items here that it's just very ill-considered in general and not thought through. I haven't heard anything about the cost to the taxpaying citizens of the town. It's quite costly to store your RVs. I'm not sure. I haven't got any information from any of the board members that they even know about the availability of storage, of which there is none. Going back to cost, I mean, during this time of COVID and all the things that are going on in the world, many people have lost their jobs, unemployed, underemployed, et cetera, and we're saddling them with increased costs. Thinking about the fire situation we had a few months ago, myself, my own specific circumstances, my truck camper that was my escape plan. And if it's 45 minutes away, how would I use it to escape? And speaking with several people that own small RVs and whatnot, their plan, if this passes, is to park their RV in their driveway. So if we think that one through, now they're parking in their driveway, they're blocking the cars in the garage. So now they're taking 2 or 3 cars, a motorcycle, et cetera, parking those on the streets. So now the streets will actually be more crowded. It's winter time, so all those cars are parked on the streets instead of in the garage. So now they're going to be starting those cars and leaving them unattended possibly. And then those cars are going to get hijacked, which we just had a rash of in the last few weeks. some of these cars, myself included, that is now due to like changing circumstances with my work. My truck camper is actually my primary vehicle, and I know I'm not the only one in town that that's the case. So if it's my primary vehicle and I can't park it in my driveway, and I'm not driving every day because of COVID, how am I supposed to move it every 72 hours for a full 24-hour period as stipulated in the new language? And then bring it back, because I can't just move it down the block because that doesn't work with the new language. Also, last time I checked, like this town, one of the reasons I moved here, it's a quality of life issue. And I think a lot of the people in this town, they're here because they love the outdoors. And part of the way they access the outdoors is they're campers. Some of them have little trailers to go camping with, et cetera, et cetera. Also, how do we define truck camper? Is it a big truck camper, a little truck camper, a truck with a tent on top? There's been language suggested in the past of 20 feet, but I would guess that if I asked the board how long the average pickup truck is, they couldn't provide an answer. And guess what? It's longer than 20 feet. So I suppose I could go on and on. I meant for this to be a discussion rather than just a laundry list. But those are just some of my concerns.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam
I
Clerk?
see a Dave with his thumb up. Is that wanting to speak or?
Yes, please.
Your name and address for the record, please.
For certain, Dave Hachimonji, 200 Welch Court, and I think the first citizen's comments, I'm amazed. I was wondering whether or not he was looking at my notes, but I do, think that Trustee Miller's comments during the first reading, that in essence, when it comes to the parking of trailers and RVs and not abandoned vehicles, which is what Sergeant Chris first brought forward, but in regards to the parking of these vehicles and Trustee Miller's comments, in essence, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is very much my sentiments too. Also, in regards to in the first commenter talked about it too, there isn't much at all available RV storage space anywhere around, given the number of people who have purchased RVs as a way to social distance during the pandemic. And I think my third comment is that the compromise that Trustee Browning put forward of allowing homeowners to park in a RV or trailer 20 feet or less, not including the tongue length, it's a compromise that I would ask that you consider adopting. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Wendy Parker has her hand raised, sir.
Your name and address for the record, please. Wendy Parker, your name and address for the record. The screen shows that you are now unmuted. Wendy Parker, would you like to speak to the Board of Trustees?
And I don't see anyone else, sir.
Yeah, she seems to have been having technical difficulties. Is there anybody else at this time who wishes to address the Board of Trustees?
The same gentleman who spoke earlier.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Kara Shirello, P.O. Box 1806, Lyons.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As a resident of Lyons, a contributor to our community and an avid lover of the outdoors, I'm asking you not to pass the new code ordinance. Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. 1092 as proposed. I have lived in Lyons for the past 5.5 years. And one of the reasons I chose to move to Lyons was because Lyons is a small, intimate community known as a hub for arts, culture, and outdoor recreation. It's even for artists, musicians.
Reasons bizarre. And let them say it. So I want to ask the board what their reasoning is.
I'm sorry, I don't know if they didn't know they were unmuted.
That's okay. So it's known for a hub for its arts, its culture, and its outdoor recreation. It's a haven for artists and musicians and outdoor enthusiasts. And as a town that represents and promotes parks and recreations and that outdoor adventure, I feel that prohibiting campers from parking on the streets of our town, both by residents and visitors alike, extinguishes one of the very things that our town and its members thrive on. I feel that the street parking of licensed and operable recreation vehicles should be allowed in this community. I don't think that the new stipulations added to this ordinance have been well thought out. Further, I feel that passing this ordinance will have a far greater impact on the members of this community that has been considered or accounted for. Things like the last two people that spoke, added costs for residents to store campers and trailers, the lack of designated storage areas available in the nearby vicinity, residents that use campers as primary vehicles, residents that use campers on a weekly basis for Colorado's 4 seasons of outdoor adventure, safety issues with more cars parked on the streets as residents are forced to park in their driveways, vehicles that are a part of evacuation plans due to fires and floods. I've spoken with other members of our community to get their take on this issue. And like me, they all feel that if the vehicle does not obstruct the sidewalk or encroach the property of neighbors, it isn't, nor should it be, a problem. Thus, I hope you continue to support the outdoor culture of this community and continue to allow campers to live on the streets of Lyons with us. Please vote no on this measure, and I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Sir, there is one more person with their hand raised. I will see if I can unmute him now.
Do we have somebody else, Madam Clerk?
Looks like C. Play.
Yeah.
Elise, Chris.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Chris Lee, Post Office Box 1972. Can you guys hear me?
Go, yes.
Yeah, I just like to probably cover the same words as Dave, our second resident. First resident, I couldn't have thought of a better argument, so thank you for that. But first question I'd like to propose is, and as he did, is why are we doing this? And if we don't have an answer, that's the answer we all require. The second point he said was storage. 2 points is availability. Second point is cost. There is nothing available close to Lions. The closest we do have available is in hygiene, and they've had 100% occupancy for the last 2 years. And with COVID and the demands, there's nothing left there. And once again, I'd like to see how you guys can propose adding another expense to people in these tough times. And as everyone's presented, we're a town of the outdoors, recreation. We like to get away in the summertime, wintertime. Taking that option away from us is a huge negative. And so, but my biggest reason to be here is to ask why. And we haven't heard an answer, and I'd really like to hear an answer. So thanks for all the residents who've put their arguments forward.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees on this issue?
I don't see any other hands raised, sir.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk.
I said I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay. All right, then. Close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
For purposes of commencing discussion and amendments, I will move the adoption of ordinance 1092 relating to parking.
Another second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Further board discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I'm going to propose an amendment, but I'd like to have some discussion first, in particular with regard to the public comments, which echo other public comments in the past. Why are we doing this? You would have had to follow the whatever 6 to 8 month process of this ordinance to have an answer of that. There are a number of reasons for doing this. Number one, our existing ordinance is defective when it comes to dealing with abandoned vehicles, and therefore this ordinance was brought to us initially by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, and it had been run through the Boulder County Attorney's Office to basically fix an existing ordinance in that respect. And when they did that, they listed they brought to us at the same time a number of other provisions, many of which are in the existing code, so that we could look at this comprehensively. So there was a need to fix the existing code. We've tried to give one example tonight of what's in the existing code. People say, why do you need to do anything? Leave it as is. Well, as it is right now, all these small trailers and pop-ups and everything are illegal if you sit them there for more than 2 hours. So you ask, what's wrong with what we have right now? It makes all your trailers that you want to use illegal. We're trying to, so the effort is made. So the question has been asked once all this was put in front of us, do we really want to continue to bar parking of small trailers and pop-ups and that sort of thing for more than 2 hours? And we've been discussing, as one of the commenters indicated, one of the citizens indicated, some compromises that would allow that. The issue of other things of why is there a problem with, for example, a 30-foot RV being parked in a cul-de-sac, which I think is perfectly legal under the code as it exists now, and you couldn't tow it. The answer is it interferes with fire safety issues. Those cul-de-sacs are supposed to be kept free for turning radiuses of fire trucks. Why is there a problem with a big 30-foot RV being parked on a narrow town street where snowplows can't get past, or other vehicles can't see around it because the vision is blocked, and kids on bicycles and skateboards and golf carts come from behind it? There are reasons why we've been talking about all these things, and they've been discussed issue by issue after they were put in front of us. There's not agreement on the board on all these issues, and ultimately a majority will rule. But it's not like this board just pull something out of thin air and say, let's try to fix the parking provisions. It was brought to us. All these issues were delineated. We listened to what the sheriff's office had to say. We listened to what citizens had to say. We've had one workshop so the board members could exchange their own ideas, and we tried to go issue by issue and see what the board majority felt, although there wasn't agreement on all these issues, and efforts were made to compromise. So the issue of why we're doing this is we're trying to improve a defective code, and it's defective in a number of respects. And I don't think everybody's going to be satisfied with whatever we do, if we let every type of watercraft, RV, and trailer be parked for any length of time anywhere in town. There are a lot of people that wouldn't be happy with that. On the other hand, if we, for example, leave the existing code, if we reject this ordinance as the citizens have requested, and leave the code as it is right now, we've got an abandoned vehicle problem, and every small trailer and pop-up in town is illegal if it's there for more than 2 hours. So yeah, we could do that. We could make all your vehicles illegal, but I don't think that's what you want to do. And so then the question becomes, oh, what's the problem if it's not enforced? Number one, it's not a good policy to have provisions in the town code that aren't enforced. Let's just leave it in there. It's not a problem. Nobody ever complains. Well, sometimes people do complain. And what you get then is selective enforcement. One neighbor gets mad at another neighbor and calls in a complaint about their little flatbed trailer sitting out front, whereas somebody in the next block is allowed to keep theirs. It becomes inconsistent in terms of enforcement, and it's just not a good way to do municipal code, to leave things in there that are not enforced and not followed. So that's why we're doing this. We're not trying to create problems that don't exist. We're trying to fix problems in an inconsistent, defective code. That's how we got here. And then I'll yield the floor for further discussion, but then I have an amendment to propose.
Trustee Waugh.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Browning. I agree with you on almost all counts, except for the addition of the hypocrisy of, if you live in town and own a camper, you can only park it for 72 hours. But if your friends are coming in from out of town and would like to stay for 10 days, they can do that. So just like we are creating a problem, we're creating more vehicles parked in the same spot on our roads for extended periods of time by adding this. We have a campground. I'm against this entire parking ordinance because we're going to let people camp in the streets of Old Town. I've said this before. If one camper parks along my property, I will be calling the sheriff because it has to be adjacent. And I know that some of the people in our neighborhood do not have the ability to park adjacent. So, you know, we are creating something out of nothing. We are creating the ability for people to camp in the town, on the streets, and we're actually creating more vehicles left on the town streets for longer periods of time with this ordinance. So regardless of everything else, I'm voting against this ordinance because I don't want people camping in Old Town in their campers that don't even live here. If we're not going to let people who own campers that are maybe going away 2 weekends in a row, they can't even have their camper parked in front of their property for 5 days between the 2 weekends. But their next door neighbor could have their friends come and stay for 2 weeks. So I think it's hypocrisy. I think we're creating something out of nothing if we're trying to get abandoned vehicles off the streets. Then allowing vehicles to park up to a couple times a year for 10 days defeats the entire purpose of this ordinance.
Any further comments? I've discussed this with Administrator Simonson. I've discussed this with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. And I know that the wastewater treatment facility parking lot is a staging area for the 2nd Avenue Bridge right now. But what I would like to see is some kind of endeavor to allow people that live in town to not have to go to hygiene, to not have to go anywhere else to store their vehicles, but to offer a service here in town once that facility is no longer the staging area for the Second Avenue Bridge. It seems to me, hearing the objections, that they were predominantly about the inconvenience and the cost of having to store citizens' vehicles outside of the city limits. If we could come up creatively with that idea, I think it would go a long way towards alleviating the problem. I think that it could raise revenue. I think that it could raise more revenue than any of the other property that we own, that we rent. And I would just like that to be in consideration in the future once that space becomes available. And I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we legislate that, but that would serve the purpose of getting most of the vehicles off the streets, and it would be a creative way, other than having people have to either drive to and from hygiene at a minimum once spaces become available there. And I don't know the next closest space with available storage facilities. So I'm just trying to come up with some kind of a creative solution other than having the ordinance being perceived as punitive. Any further comments?
Trustee Miller has her hand up, sir.
Excuse me, Trustee Miller. You're muted.
On mute.
You're muted.
Can you hear me? Okay. I would just like to reiterate the fact that Sergeant Chris brought this to the table for abandoned vehicles and having a problem with abandoned vehicles. I don't see very many abandoned vehicles around here. Most people can't afford to abandon a vehicle on any level. And to me, this is just, oh, I've been here for what, 16 years, 15 years now. And trailers have always been parked on the streets. There's never been a problem with it. To me, this is overkill. It's just overkill. He asked us to look at the ordinance for abandoned vehicles so he could tow them if necessary. I personally have had a ticket on my car years ago for 72 hours parking. So that was in there at some point somewhere. And as an abandoned vehicle, and had to deal with it before I got it towed. I think that's completely reasonable to tow a vehicle that's been sitting, that's broken down, not registered, whatever, after a certain amount of time. But all this other stuff that we're talking about right now is just, to me, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It hasn't from the beginning. It's been super tedious and it's overkill, and I'm going to vote no.
Any further comments? Trustee Rogan.
Thanks, Mayor. So when this ordinance was first brought to us, I think it was 1088, my initial thoughts and reactions were that it is onerous on people who can least afford it. And we've gone through so many machinations, and Trustee Miller's right. This has been I think it was you who said this has been a tedious process. And I'm going to vote no. Even after all this work, I'll be voting no on this ordinance. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's way overkill. If we want to deal with abandoned vehicles, let's deal with abandoned vehicles. But I mean, this is just, it's too much, and it's too onerous on people who can least afford it.
Further comments? Trustee Lowell.
Thank you. I don't know what to say about this ordinance. We've been talking about it now for way too long. It is just larded with all kinds of special exceptions. We have people now being able to live in campers for up to 10 days. We've talked about trailer lengths, trailer tongues, etc. I think the original purpose of 1088 has been compromised, and it's now reached it's now become an ordinance that, to me, seems unsupportable.
Further comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments in response to the trustee comments. First of all, Mayor Angelo, I agree that it would be appropriate, really, whether or not this ordinance is passed, for the town to investigate providing RV storage on town property for a fee. In the area you mentioned near the wastewater treatment plant, near the back of that lot, seems to me to be a good candidate for that once the staging area is eliminated. One way to legislate that would be to delay the effective date of this ordinance for 6 months, to allow the staging area to be abandoned and become available. So I think that's an excellent idea, and it's I believe a proactive way to address a real problem, which is RV storage. And right now we're essentially providing free RV storage on town streets for RVs and trailers because we're not enforcing the ordinance of any size. And in response to Trustee Waugh's comment, Trustee Waugh, if somebody parks a 30-foot RV in front of your house tomorrow and you call the cops, they're going to tell you there's not a darn thing they can do about it because it's perfectly legal. It's only this ordinance that would make it illegal to park it there. So if you do not want people to be able to park large RVs in front of your house without your permission, you should support this ordinance, not oppose it. And again, for those who say everything's fine now, everything's fine. We haven't, as long as we have an ordinance that nobody enforces until somebody calls and wants us to enforce it. And why do we enforce it against some people and not others? I don't understand. It's an ordinance that needs fixing, and I'm going to offer another amendment here to re-propose the compromise. I know we voted on this last time, but I think that there was confusion, and I'm going to try it one more time, and we'll see if it works or not. So I'll offer an amendment unless there's further discussion, but I'd defer to anybody else if there's further discussion.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The amendment I would offer would be to remove 11160B in ordinance as it's proposed in ordinance 1092 and replace it with this: small recreational vehicles, watercraft, and trailers. That's the title. Recreational vehicles, watercraft, and trailers in excess of 20 feet in length, excluding hitches and tongues, may not be parked on town streets or right of way for periods other than permitted in section, I have to get the right section number above. It's 8F, I believe. Hold on just a second. The section number is 8410 above.
I was gonna say 84101C is the specific one.
8410 1C and 8410 1F, because that also allows temporary parking, I believe. That takes care of the visitor thing that we've already voted on. We voted on those, so that's why they're in there. So this is basically, so that's my proposed amendment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Is small recreational vehicle defined?
No, the small recreational vehicles water, that's just the title.
Okay.
Of the subsection, small recreational vehicles, watercraft and trailers, and then in the section it refers to those of up to 20, no more than 20 feet.
Further discussion?
The purpose of this is, as we indicated, to try to do a compromise. That if we don't do this compromise, what we're left with is extremes on both ends. RVs and really absurdities. An RV, a 30-foot RV can be parked anywhere in town for as long as anybody wants to, and it's not prohibited under the existing code.
To be clear,
whereas a 10-foot flatbed trailer can only be parked for 2 hours. It just makes no sense.
To be
And
clear,
the concept here is basically the small RVs, pop-up trailers, and so forth, and campers that are been all parked over town for many years can stay there. But if you're going to park a big RV that interferes with snow plowing and sight lines on traffic and that type of thing, you have to find some place to park it. And let's hope we can come up with a place to do that.
Trustee Wong.
be clear, someone cannot live and stay in a camper on the streets in Lyons for 10 days under the current ordinance. And this ordinance would allow them to do that under permit and would allow those 30-foot RVs to be parked illegally on the street with people living in them, which is not legal today. Is that correct?
I don't know what provision of the code prohibits that now. You can't use them as ADUs. They're not acceptable as ADUs, but whether you can just park them there, I think you can park them there, and then good luck once you have 10 of them parked over town, determining whether somebody's living in them or not.
My point is this specifically allows people to live in their RVs on the streets of Lyons, regardless of the length of the RV. We are endorsing that with a permitting system.
No, this ordinance as drafted specifically does not allow them to live on RVs except for visitors twice a year of up to 10 days in length each time.
Which is endorsing people living in them for up to 10 days twice a year with approval.
That's right. That was a compromise that was proposed to deal with temporary visitors in RVs. And at the workshop, a majority of the board supported that compromise.
Okay. Further discussion. Then we'll vote on the amendments. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo?
Are we no longer, is there not more town discussion available?
No, there is not. The public hearing has been closed, sir. I'm sorry.
One thing, there's no 30
it's difficult for me to support an amendment on an ordinance that I don't know if I support. So I'm going to vote no.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
I'll vote aye for the amendment because if it does pass, I need the amendment.
And Trustee Rowe?
I'll vote aye for the same reason Trustee Waugh stated.
The amendment passes 5-2. Are there any other amendments to the ordinance? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I would vote to amend the effective date of this ordinance to be 6 months from publication.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for the amendment as stated by Trustee Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, sorry.
Trustee Watt.
It took us 6 months to get here. I don't think we're going to have a solution for RV parking in 6 months, and I don't think the lot's going to be ready in 6 months. I don't think 6 months is enough time. I think we need 12 months.
There was a statement, would there be any consideration by Mayor Pro Tem Browning in regard to,
I'm sorry, Mayor, I couldn't hear you there.
I think Trustee Karavis needs a mute in order for us to hear you.
there was a suggestion to expand the date certain to 12 months.
Okay,
Open to that suggestion, sir.
that would be fine with me. With the concurrence of the seconder, I would withdraw my 6-month amendment and we could repropose a 12-month amendment.
And do we have a second on that?
Aye. Yes.
We have a motion and a second to extend the effective date of the ordinance to 12 months. Any discussion?
Can it be 364 days? I know that sounds silly,
Okay.
but just to avoid any multi-year fiscal obligation concern, I don't think there is one, but just to play by the rules of Tabor.
Can I ask you a legal question, Counselor?
Yes.
Are we approving, if we vote aye, are we approving this ordinance as it's written? And its effective date would be 364 days from now?
This is just on an amendment to the ordinance to change section 7 to be 364 days.
Could you reiterate that for me, please?
The proposed amendment, as I understand it, is just to change section 7 of the ordinance, which is the effective date. The amendment will say that this ordinance shall become effective 364 days after publication following final passage in accordance with section 22160 of the Lions Municipal Code. That's what the current vote is on, just that amendment.
Okay. But we're not voting to approve ordinance 1092, correct?
Not yet. No, this is just the amendment.
That's fine. All right, then. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Karavis,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Wad,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes 6-1. Any further amendments? I think I have this right, Counselor. Now we vote on the ordinance as amended.
That's correct.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Are we allowed to speak to some of the other topics that?
No, I'm sorry that the public hearing has been closed.
It was never stated it was closed.
Yes, sorry, it was never stated that it was closed.
Yes, it was. It was. No further discussion? I appreciate compromise. I appreciate compromise very, very much. And I just can't imagine, with all the work that we've done, that we would go all the way back to ground zero. There's no further comments. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
The ordinance passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, could you please read ordinance 1095 on first reading into the record?
Yes, this is the first reading of ordinance 1095, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 13-1-20 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purposes of granting the town administrator the ability to promulgate administrative regulations.
Staff?
I guess I'll get the presentation. I don't know if Aaron wanted to weigh in as well, but essentially this is a really simple change to the code. Under the current code, only the Board of Trustees is given the explicit authority to promulgate regulations. And regulations are just administrative rules that are created in order to interpret and enforce the code as written. And so this would give the town administrator or her designee similar authority. This is common in utility regulation for other municipal utilities. It's just true that, running municipal utilities is complicated, and the board can't always be responsive enough because we don't meet very often in order to create the rules necessary to enforce and interpret the code. And so what this does is just simply adds the ability to promulgate administrative regulations. The board would still also retain power to do that via resolution if it so desired, or to repeal the regulations of the town administrator if it so desired. However, this would just give the town administrator that ability. And one thing that came up recently that really kind of spurred this discussion was street lighting policy. The board didn't think it was qualified to do that. And there wasn't really the ability to create that policy within the purview of the town administrator. And this would allow that to happen. And which created the larger discussion of the authority of the town administrator on regulating town utilities. So that's kind of a general background as to why we made this, what is really a minor change to the town code.
Aaron, would you like to comment?
No, I just didn't get unmuted and on my video up quick enough. So thank you, Attorney Dittman.
Okay. Are there any comments by the board? I think it's a rather simple ordinance to understand, as Counselor stated. But are there any discussion items by the board? Trustee Waugh.
I agree. I think the ordinance is pretty straightforward. I did have a comment reading through it. It did seemed a little dated to me in its language. I would like to see it be more inclusive and perhaps not use his and her pronouns. So if we could, in general, when we're looking at these types of ordinances, take into account gender issues and gender identities. I'd like to see the next version, or perhaps maybe even this version, take into account that and change the his and her references in it. And in general, as we move forward, if the board is in agreement, I think that should be a goal that we try to do as we look at ordinances going forward.
Further comments?
One.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One question. I was just going to ask Attorney Dittman how this works in other places that do this. Let's suppose that the town administrator or the administrator's designee does a set of utility regulations on a particular subject, and then a citizen comes to the board and says, I don't like this regulation. I think it's unfair or too harsh or something like that. What ability would the Board of Trustees have to amend a regulation that the town administrator passes? Could they do that by resolution giving direction to change a particular regulation, or how would that process work? I mean,
The board could overturn it via resolution directly, or it could change the code which was interpreted to create that resolution, so that it was no longer a possibility to have that regulation. So I mean, the two options. I mean, probably the
my
board would.
question is as to whether the board really could do it by resolution. And was one of the reasons for doing this is so that we don't have to go through the whole ordinance making process every time we want to change something. We delegate that to the staff, but still, if the board wants to change something, it could do it by resolution.
Yeah, this change maintains the ability of the board to pass regulations via resolution,
Okay.
which means it could overturn the regulation of the town administrator or their designee.
Okay, thank you.
Administrator Simonson?
I would also just like to comment that the current staff anyway would definitely commit to you knowing that we were considering something, because we would send it through the UEB first probably. So at least while Aaron and I are here, we're committed to making sure you're aware that we're even considering something before we would.
Can I have a question real quick?
Go ahead, sir.
Concern of the use of pronouns, does the board prefer they, them, or does it prefer the town administrator's designee? If we're gonna make a stylistic comment, I guess, on.
Trustee Rogan?
I'll pipe up and say I prefer they, them. I think it's the most inclusive you can possibly get, unless I'm missing something, which sometimes I am. So maybe somebody else thinks differently.
I concur with Trustee Rogan. How does the rest of the board feel? Mayor Pro Tem?
I have grammar objections to using plural pronouns with singular subjects, but why can't you do something like, say, the town administrator or the town administrator's designee?
Yeah, I think
Make it all neutral.
that would be the conjugation of they, them in this situation. So I think that's what I was intending upon doing.
Because you say the town administrator or their designee, that
would solve it. Yeah.
That doesn't flow right to me. I think you
That's
can
changed
neutralize it
significantly.
and not use either masculine or feminine pronouns, just the town administrator or the town administrator's designee. It's a little repetitive, but it avoids having to use personal pronouns at all. It's my preference.
I think we should go for the clearest language, but I would also say that the use of plural pronouns to refer to singular is changing and is now commonly accepted. So the rules of grammar are changing with society, and it's now acceptable to use those.
Okay. I don't know whether we've made a decision in regard to language or not, but I hope you.
I'll work with the town attorney to determine. Maybe
think
we can
we've
interchange
gotten
them.
Several comments from the board, Attorney Dittman, and
I think that's a non-substantive change that can be made that amendment, and so we'll work through it.
I think so too.
I think Denver has a style guide that may be worth looking at that may incorporate this. So,
Okay. Any further comments? If there are none, I'll entertain a motion.
I just have a question. So we can pass this, and then that's not a significant enough change. So I'll make a motion to pass this resolution.
Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of 1095. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Miller. Did she leave?
She stepped away.
There she is.
There she is. Did you say aye? I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Okay.
You could read lips. She did.
Right. Trustee Lowell? Yeah.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Ordinance 1095 on first reading passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2021-06, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, expressing support for improved hike and bike features along reconstructed Colorado State Highway 7. Item 2 is resolution 2021-07, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement for design services for the 4th Avenue pedestrian bridge, trail connections, and street improvement project, Project 20-ABE-PB-01 with Murray Smith Incorporated. Number 3 is resolution 2021-08, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Roxall Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management for the 2nd Avenue Bridge Replacement Program. Item 4 is resolution 2021-09, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the 2nd Amendment to the professional services agreement with Roxall Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management for the 2nd Avenue Bridge Replacement Program. Item 5 is resolution 2020-10, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying a 5th Amendment to the professional services agreement with Interwest Consulting Group Incorporated for consulting services, professional civil engineering, 2018 engineer. Item 6 is resolution 2021-11, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the High Street Stormwater Improvement Project. Item 7 is resolution 2021-13, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the 3rd Amendment to the professional services agreement with Anderson Consulting Engineers Incorporated for design services for the St. Vrain Creek Recovery Project. Item 8 are the January accounts payable, and item 9 are the January 4th, 2021 DOT meeting minutes.
Would anybody like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The consent agenda passes unanimously. I'll ask the Board of Trustees if they would like to take a short break or would like to continue with the meeting. Would we like to take a short 10-minute break? Let's do that then, and we'll be back at 25 after 9. Thank you. Let's continue. Madam Clerk, could you please read Resolution 2021-12 into the record?
Yes, Resolution 2021-12, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a development plan agreement for Summit Housing.
Staff?
Hello, my name is Yanni Jones. I'm a historic preservationist and planner.
I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
A little bit.
1 second, let me see if I can adjust my microphone.
I'm hearing
We're-
feedback.
Yeah, we're getting feedback. Better.
Yeah, that's better.
Are we good?
Feedback again. The feedback was there before you got on though, Yanni. So it's from somebody else.
Mary Angela, can you mute your computer, maybe?
Yeah, everyone mute for a minute. Let's see if that helps.
I'm muted.
Is that better?
Mary Angela, you're not, you muted then unmuted.
I'm muted now. I'm muted now.
You're unmuted.
Oh.
You're not.
Clerk.
There you are. You're good now. Okay.
Okay, is there any feedback or are we good with the audio now?
You're still
There's
really
no-
quiet, but there's no feedback.
Okay. I'll try one other thing. Did that help at all?
Hmm.
No.
Little.
Okay.
Just speak.
Talk loud. Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, I'll just talk louder, and I'm sorry if I sound kind of yelly. So my name is Yanni Jones. I'm a historic preservationist and planner for the Town of Lyons. I'm going to be presenting the staff report for Resolution 2021-12 for your consideration tonight. This resolution is related to the development plan agreement for Lyons Valley Townhomes LP, which would be executed through an amendment, a third amendment to their subdivision improvement agreement. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just so we have a bit of a visual. Are you seeing a presentation? Ooh. Are you still seeing a presentation? Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put it into full screen now. There we go. So to geographically orient us all, this is a map for you to just have reference to. This is the final plat for Lyons Valley Park, filing number 8. And I have outlined in orange the development plan agreement area, which is that legal description on the left there. For some very brief background, as you're all aware, the Board of Trustees on December 3rd of last year passed Resolution 2020-184, which approved the development plan application for Summit Housing Group and Lyons Valley Townhomes. There was a previous development plan agreement approved through a second amendment to their subdivision improvement agreement, which was passed in April of 2020 through Resolution 2020-66 as well. Today, you're going to be considering a third amendment to that SIA to reflect the changes from that Resolution 2020-184, which was that updated development plan application that was approved. Here, I'm just emphasizing the changes between the second amendment document and the third amendment to the SIA. So as you can see, reflecting that updated development plan application, the references to the multifamily and single family units were updated to be the correct numbers, so 16 and 24 respectively. We added section 17 in the SIA, the Third Amendment, which is related to STR prohibition, just to accurately reflect the conditions outlined in Resolution 2020-184. We removed any references to Sullivan Drive because it was no longer a part of that updated development plan. Section 4, the water dedications had a slight modification as well. I would like to note at this point that in the cover sheet, I believe there is still a typo that says 349 Lake McIntosh shares. So I apologize if that caused any distress for anybody. That was a simple error on my part, and I apologize. Moving on, the references to any of the resolutions were updated to reflect the correct resolutions from the past. Town Attorney Dittman updated legal language throughout the document slightly. Exhibit A, the legal description, was also updated to be correct. And Exhibit B, the cost estimates for the public improvements, was also updated.
And just to be clear, the changes that I made primarily were to make it absolutely clear that there were no third-party beneficiaries from this agreement. It had been argued by other developers that somehow that the Second Amendment to the SAA created all sorts of new rights that they were privy to, when that was clearly not the intent, either through the express language of the development agreement itself, or through interpretation. But it's just adding in basic boilerplate saying that this was only an agreement with regard to the developer and the town and no one else. So that was primarily the purpose of my edits, was to head off that issue.
Thank you for the clarification, Attorney Dittman.
Of course.
So your role today as the Board of Trustees, you have several options. You may either approve Resolution 2021-12, approve it with modifications, continue the resolution to request additional information, or you may deny the resolution. And I have a sample motion here for your reference. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mayor Angelo, you're muted.
Could we have a presentation and update from Mr. Snow at this time, please?
Yeah, I don't really have much to present. The amendment is altered slightly just to kind of tie up loose ends. We are moving forward with all of our other processes that we have to go through as it relates to CHAFA and the bonds and the financing. There's some time involved with that, but closing, from at least from our standpoint, and all the financing partners is in a position to where we're seeing the finish line, and should be able to get there here in the very near future, and hopefully start construction. So I don't think there's much of an update from where we were last time. There's no new changes. There's no nothing like that. So the project is kind of is where it's at as it relates to density and units and all of those wonderful things. So I don't have a whole lot else to update unless there's any specific questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Snow? Counselor, in regard to process, since there are no questions, do we entertain a motion at this time?
That's correct, Mayor Angelo. We'll entertain a motion in a second for discussion purposes.
Okay, then at this time, I will entertain a motion on Resolution 2021-12. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move the adoption of resolution 2021-12, a resolution approving a development plan agreement between Lyons Valley Townhomes LP and the town of Lyons by approving a third amendment to the subdivision improvement agreement for Lyons Valley Park filing 8.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for approval of resolution 2021-12. Discussion? Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. First, I have a question for town council. I assume at this point that there can be amendments made to the subdivision improvement agreement. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. All right. So my second question to you is a legal question. In the, I call it the preamble to the subdivision improvement agreement, it specifically spells out Lyons Valley Townhomes LP. Would it be appropriate, given that in the future, it may not be Lyons Valley Townhomes LP who is the owner of this property, would it be appropriate to put or their successor? Is that appropriate?
It later in the agreement talks about assignments and successors. And so
Okay.
it's inferred. I mean, you could say that if you would like to, but it's already covered elsewhere in the agreement.
All right, as long as it's recorded in the record. Okay, thank you. Mayor Angelo, I do have a couple of amendments to the subdivision improvement agreement, if you would entertain them.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the agreement to Article or Item 16, Stream Bank Restoration. I would like to strike the language that's there now and replace it with, the developer shall restore the stream bank along the length of the developer's property, parenthetically, the rear of lots 40, 39, 38, 36, and 35, close parens, in accordance with the design and engineered St. Vrain Creek, McConnell Drive Reach Plan dated September 29, 2017, or a similar plan that meets the criteria set forth in that plan. The cost of the restoration shall be borne by the developer using private funds and/or state and federal funding that they may pursue.
Is there a second to the? I'll second it for the sake of discussion. Trustee Lowell.
Okay. The remediation of this hazard, as you all know, was one of the 3 priorities of the St. Vrain Creek Council, their 2017 work on this particular reach of the river. The 3 projects that were included in that, 2 of which were completed, were all for the stated purpose of protecting life and property during future flood events. The September 2017 remediation plan for this particular banking had been engineered, designed, and permitted. I would ask Town Clerk Vasquez to please share the screen of that particular plan, if she could.
Can you see it?
Yes, thank you. This particular plan, the request for the bid had gone out and the contractors were being interviewed when the previous owner, Keith Bell, refused to allow the work to proceed. As you can see from this plan, the remediation affects the 5 lots I mentioned, 35, 36, 38, 39, and 40, and also affects the town of Lyons land that lies at the bottom of that banking. The original plans called for a 2-to-1 slope armored at the bottom in a similar fashion as the town's bank remediation that immediately abuts this property and which was recently completed. In places, this particular banking is 15 feet straight down. The banking continues to erode even without high water. Bear in mind that this will be the backyard of 3 of Summit's single-family homes. It was noted by Summit that lots 40 and 39 will not be built on. While that reduces the immediate hazard for the 2 families that might have lived on those lots, It actually makes those open lots more of an attractive hazard to the 40 families that are going to be living in Summit's development. I'm aware that the original plan of Summit was not to utilize any of these lots, but they have now been forced to purchase and build on these lots because of the ledge issues on Tract A. I assume it was with the full awareness that Summit purchased these lots, knowing the hazardous conditions on them, that they were aware that more than 4 years ago, remediation of the conditions on them was offered at no charge by the St. Vrain Creek Council. I remind my fellow trustees that we may impose conditions for approval that are necessary for, among other reasons, the safety of the town and its residents, and I refer to section 17-4-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code. I would urge passage of this amendment. Of note, the original item 16, which I'm seeking to change, is the same item 16 as the previously approved 2 versions of the agreement, in particular in April of 2020. To my knowledge, there has been no progress on exploring funding by the town staff for getting grants for repairing this. So that's my amendment. I welcome discussion.
I walked that bank the other day, and it is indeed a hazard. I also am under the impression that there was a proposal and discussion to fence it. I don't think that that is sufficient. I spoke about this in my own mind about how this can be remediated and who the responsibility should fall to. It says in 16 that there's no cost to the owner. And I assume that that's Summit. So, I mean, there's a contradiction in the in number 16 because there's a cost to fence it. What I would like to see, and we can discuss this as a friendly amendment, if it comes to that, is that if the town secures shoring funds in the future, which it may very well do, because we have an excellent staff that's good at procuring grants, that at a minimum, the owner reimburses the town for any time spent in regard to securing those shoring funds, and that they participate in some percentage with their own funds. I don't think that it's proper to purchase land that indeed has a hazard and not at the same time have a concept in mind to remediate it. That's beyond me to try to understand. It isn't like we have not gone to extreme lengths for this concept. It is no longer subjected to the cost of CBT shares. That's an over $1 million savings. We are perhaps going to accept a plan that alleviates substantial costs on excavation to the advantage of the owner. So I think that some consideration should be given towards contributing to alleviating this hazard. Obviously, I don't want to risk the project by demanding or conditioning approval on the owner paying for all of it. But I think that looking at it with my own eyes, it existed and was purchased by the owner. And so I think that there is an inherent obligation to remediate it. And I don't know where you would be willing to compromise, Trustee Lowell, but that bank needs to be remediated as quickly as possible. I don't know if it's proper to ask the developer at this time, Counselor, what their opinion is in regard to that. Is that allowable?
You can ask the developer, address the question of remediation if you so wish.
Yes. Mr. Snow, what is your position in regard to remediating a stream bank that you knew existed when you purchased it? That's a liability because it's approximately a 14-foot straight drop.
14-foot straight drop, 50 feet from our structures. Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly have discussions about it, but there's no budgetary dollars in our budget for it, zero. So it's just not something that an affordable housing complex can afford. It just can't do it. So, you know, we're happy to discuss. We can, you know, continue to discuss and talk about this for longer and longer, but, you know, there certainly is no budget. And, you know, from my perspective, as a private landowner, that's my job and responsibility to make sure that those things occur. And if there is a need for remediation at some point, then it'll be remediated. But that's my personal take on private land ownership. You guys may have different opinions on that, but that's how I feel.
We've been presented with three.
Mary Angela, Minister Simonson did have her hand raised.
Pardon me?
Minister Simonson did have her hand raised.
When the board is done talking about it.
We've gone through three remediations. We've gone through three plans, and in each plan, for all intents and purposes, has been favorable to the development. I'm just asking, and I'll reiterate it, I'm just asking for a contribution, whatever it might be, to alleviate that hazard. I don't know how we write it. I don't know how we amend 16. We have Trustee Lowell's amendment, but to say in this in number 16 that there is no cost to the owner to restore the stream bank along the length of owner's property when it is indeed a hazard. I have a difficult time with that. I walked it. It is a serious hazard. And I don't know whether a fence is going to alleviate the problem. When I was a kid, fences were almost a magnet for me, but that was a long time ago. But I'll let it go.
So
and
I do
see
want
what
to,
the discussion is.
sorry, am
Go
I
ahead.
allowed?
Go ahead.
Is it okay, Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, the mayor's permission, you may proceed.
So, we have agreed to fence it. We have agreed to that. And if that needs to be remediated in the agreement, that's our cost. I mean, we've done that, at least 3 times during this process. So that's not an issue for us. The issue is for $500,000 potential mitigation of a stream bank that may or may not, erode further over some period of time, right? From our standpoint, again, as a private landowner, if it does continue to erode, it's going to be our responsibility to repair it. So why would we put $500,000 into a bank currently that is not eroded to a point that allows us not to develop on it? But I mean, again, that's me as a developer. I know you guys are the town and you have to think about different sorts of things, and I respect that. But from my point of view, we have agreed to at least block that hazard. The erosion then falls upon us as the landowner. So
Good. Administrator Simonson, you wanted to speak to the issue?
Attorney Dittman had his hand up, sir.
Go ahead. Trustees can go first.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
This same issue has been raised for, seems like years now, several times. It's been addressed again and again and again. Adding $500,000, $400,000, $600,000, whatever it might be, to the budget of this affordable housing project would kill the budget. It would kill the project. It would render the project unfeasible. Opponents of Affordable Housing Alliance have been trying since the flood to stop any affordable housing from being built in the area of Lions Valley Park. They tried to block tax credits from being granted by the state. They tried to block the grant, the critical $4 million grant, from being awarded for this project. This is the last gasp. Here's one last chance to try to kill off affordable housing near Lions Valley Park that this community has been working for 7 years. We've defeated this time and time and time again. The developer now, Summit, should not be required to pay for the mistakes of Mr. Bell years ago. What the developer proposes to do, build a fence and work with any future grant funding to remediate, which is how other remediation has been done, is way more than Mr. Bell ever agreed to do. In that sense, it's an improvement from what's out there now. We need to get this affordable housing project going. I'm tired of the efforts to throw financial hurdle after financial hurdle after financial hurdle in its way. And this is just one more attempt to do that. And we need to just vote this resolution down again, this change down again for the 3rd or 4th time, and go forward with the housing project.
Any other trustees have a comment? Trustee Miller.
I 100% completely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. This is as tedious as the other ordinance we were just discussing. And we need to just move forward with this. I'm going to vote no for this amendment, 100%.
Any further comments? Attorney Dittman?
I think Trustee Watt can go first.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see that. Trustee Watt.
I'd just like to say I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. I think the town has a history of continuously, every time something comes up for review, throwing additional obstacles, financial hurdles, and barriers in front of people. So I'm going to vote no against this amendment as well. I think we've had a chance to get this sorted out, and I think throwing things at them this late of the game will kill the project.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment that Mr. Snow is correct. As a private property owner, it would be his responsibility to fix any future erosion on the project. And then I think, putting up the fence to prevent any attractive nuisance issues, that was something that was considered in the provisions that was put into the development agreement concerning the grant funding, is that he would have those responsibilities. So it's not like there's no protection from, the eroded bank. So just make it clear that what he's saying is correct and that he would have those responsibilities.
Okay, Administrator Simonson.
I was going to comment on the cost of this project. I think it's probably more than $400,000 to $500,000, knowing we just did the exact same project upstream from here, and it was closer to $750,000. So that was all I wanted to comment.
Okay.
It's been brought up.
And all I was trying to get at is that I think that the bank, and I'm not as familiar with the permits that need to be procured, but I think that it could be made safer for a lot less money. And that was my point. That was my point. Because I don't know if anybody's else on the Board of Trustees has actually walked that, but that is, and I hope Mr. Snow realizes that is a serious liability. Any further discussion? If not, then we'll vote on the amendment.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
and Trustee Roby.
No.
The amendment fails 6-1. Further, Trustee Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. Given Mr. Snow's willingness to construct a fence as a safety measure, I'd like to introduce a amendment to item 16 to place at the end of item 16 this sentence: until such time that the full bank restoration is completed, the developer shall install a chain link fence, parenthetically 6 to 8 feet tall, close parens, for the safety of residents. This fence shall extend the total length of the backs of lots 40, 39, 38, 36, and 35.
We have a second. I'll also second this for the sake of discussion. It's my understanding that this was agreed to in the past. Is that true?
I think the concept of fence has been agreed to. I don't think the specific parameters have been agreed to of that fence. And I would ask that if we put something about a fence in there, that just be generically a fence, unless Mr. Snow would like to comment on what type of fence that he can agree to.
Mr. Snow?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. So I think it was at the original PCDC where this similar topic first came up, and we did agree in theory to fence along the backs of those lots. Attorney Dittman is correct. We never specified the type or height or size or any of that. So I would also encourage there to be some generality to it, so that we have the ability to run that through, our construction group and so on and so forth. I'm not even so sure that a chain link is the best thing back there. It might something a little bit more substantial might even be better. Maybe if you put at a minimum of a chain link fence or something to that effect, just so we had the option to dress it up if we so chose.
Yeah. And for that very reason is why I would suggest being generically a fence, is it may be the case they would put a nicer fence than a chain link fence, which would, perhaps encourage climbing, as you kind of suggested earlier. So I don't think we should be dictating technical standards to a developer in this manner.
I only specified a chain link fence because that's my understanding. That was the best type of safety fence. My point is that this can't be any sort of a decorative fence. I don't think Mr. Snow wants to put up a stockade fence necessarily there to ruin the view for his tenants. That's why I suggested a chain link fence. Not a split rail fence. Let's also remember it can't be any kind of a temporary fence. I mean, the town tried that in the wake of the flood. That whole banking was fenced off with storm fencing and metal posts, and it lasted about 2 months. So it's got to be something permanent. I'm perfectly willing to accept to replace the chain link with safety fence, perhaps. Just so there's an understanding. I'm only seeking to codify this. That's all in the agreement. That's the point of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Fair enough. I just, on the spot here, it's just difficult for me to say exactly what the best kind of that would be. So I would be okay with permanent fence or safety fence or something that gives me some flexibility to price out what the best and most attractive and most suitable thing would be. Getting very specific is something that I would at least hesitate.
A friendly amendment, Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I would accept a rewording to read, until such time that the full bank restoration is completed, the developer shall install a permanent fence for the safety of residents, period. And then this fence shall extend the total length of the back of the lots 40, 38, 39, 36, 35. Does that sound reasonable?
It does.
Acceptable to you, Mr. Snow?
Yes.
Is it 36 through 40? Sorry, I'm trying to write this out as we go.
No, it's 40, 39, 38, 36, and 35.
Okay.
37 is not
So
in
it's,
there. It's
35
not,
through 40 without 37. Is that fair?
Sure, sure.
That's how, in my mind, how I'm trying to arrange it. So.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. No further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
The amendment fails. All 43. Let's see. Any further amendments? No further amendments? There are no further amendments. We have a motion. Both amendments failed. Is that correct, Counselor?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
So we vote on Resolution 2021-12 as written. Oops, I lost my screen completely. Oh, there it is. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Resolution 2021-12 passes 6-1. Mr. Snow, I'd like to address you at this time. I'd like to thank you for this long process. I'd like to thank you for how creative you were in finally getting it done. I think it's a better plan than the original plan, and I'm sorry that you aren't going to be with Summit, but that you completed this process. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please item under general business
And
into
Trustee Caros, can you mute your computer, please? I think we're gonna have another echo effect. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 2 under general business into the record?
Yes, item 2 is discussion on the Main Street project, Lake McIntosh watershed request.
Staff.
Were you going to do this one, Victoria?
Sure. This is a follow-up from the item at your last meeting at which Mr. CPAC requested the ability to transfer Lake McIntosh water shares for a potential development on Main Street and High Street at that time. And the board wanted to have this come back to you for discussion following some communications that High Street may not be involved any longer. But Mr. CPAC is here on the call with us tonight, and I don't know if he may want to comment after staff introduction that how that situation is currently situated.
Okay. Would the applicant wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Oh, how you doing? Yes, really not a whole lot has changed on my end. I wanted to hear what Aaron had heard from the city of Longmont regarding their opinion on the rights to McIntosh water. And I thought that's where you all were at. We wanted to hear what their thoughts. So yeah, we're pretty much in the same situation. I had a meeting with the owners of 425 High Street, and they're waiting for your thoughts as well, so we can continue. I just need a yes or no. Is the project economic development or not? I mean, we would be adding 7 new, basically 7 new commercial spaces, basically, and renovating one building almost completely. That would be 400 Main Street, and then most likely, if 425 High Street's involved, that metal building would be raised, and 4 new live work buildings would be created. So there'd be 4 new businesses there, and at least 3 new businesses at 400 Main Street. So 7 new businesses potentially. Currently, the 425 Main Street building is not working as a business. That's been closed because due to COVID since March. The diner's been closed pre-COVID, not open. It's basically just empty, or I guess it's not really empty. It just hasn't been open since before COVID. And then the owner of the building is vacating the basement, which is about 3,400 square feet. He occupies about, I would say, 2,500 square feet of that. So that's currently the situation.
So it was in the board packet, but maybe you would like Director Kaplan to recap his discussion with Longmont.
Go ahead, Director Kaplan.
Okay, let me see. My cursor's not moving too well here. So if I need to pull it back up, right, so we had, do what I can from memory. But the discussion with Longmont was that they would specifically work with the trustees on what they decided was economic development, that they put out what they use for economic development, which included that 2.5 million in sales tax. And so they knew that that was not going to fit what Lyon's idea of economic development was. So that's why the IGA left that to be open. They thought one option was that the town would come up with its own definition of economic development. I know there's also the potential then to just have the trustees decide that each time if they preferred, but that Longmont was not going to go back and question if it had gone through the trustees and they decided this was economic development and there were no clear violations of what was in the IGA for economic development, then they would accept the Lake McIntosh shares for that development.
Anything further?
No, no.
Okay. I'll start this discussion. And the first thing I want to do is apologize to my fellow trustees. I used the terminology girls, which is absolutely improper and derogatory, and I apologize to anybody in the town who heard that. What happened, to be perfectly honest with you and frank with you, is I know Allie very well. She's a personal friend of mine, but I just could not remember Jasmine's name. So I defaulted to a very derogatory term, and I sincerely apologize for that. We received, all of us received, an email from Allie and Jasmine that stated, and this was my line of questioning in regard to their business at our last meeting, that they are very invested in what they do for the children, for their spirits, of teaching them dance. They now have yoga classes. So my question to you, sir, last time was in reference to the contention that they wanted to develop that property and give up something that they have worked so hard for so long to establish and are well established. And since they deal with children mostly in regard to dance, I consider the highest of the high. So that was my line of questioning in regard to the High Street project. In regard to the concept of the High Street project and the fact that it would be multi-use, I would give serious consideration to the dedication of CBT shares. In regard to the Longmont agreements, I think that the essence of the accrual of sales tax to define economic development is key. Aaron's right. Are we going to get a development that's going to accrue $2 million a year? Absolutely not. But are we going to get a substantial increase in a sales tax? My other contention, and what I'm having a little bit of a problem with, is that every single housing start since that Longmont agreement in the price range that those condominiums will be in has had to dedicate CBT shares. Every single one of them. They are not affordable. And so personally, and I'm one of 7, I will have a very, very difficult time justifying the dedication of Lake McIntosh shares instead of CBT shares. Any other comments by the trustees? Trustee Lowell.
I agree with your sentiments, Mayor Angelo. I think it may be appropriate for Lake McIntosh shares to be dedicated for the 7 retail establishments that Mr. CPAC's talking about. But in regards to the second floor and third floor condos, I think it's appropriate that CBT shares be used.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning. You're muted, sir.
Yeah, to me, this is a fairly simple question. Does a mixed-use project that includes both commercial and residential development qualify as economic development under the IGA with Longmont? Longmont says it's up to they'll look to the Town of Lyons Board to determine whether it is. This includes, as long as this includes a substantial commercial development, it's economic development, and I'm in favor of the use of allowing the use of Lake McIntosh shares. Of course, this is a very preliminary, narrow question that's being asked us, and it is, if there's a mixed-use project, both commercial and residential, does it qualify as economic development? I think the answer to that is yes. I think if this project goes forward and goes through the normal development process, the requirement that there be a substantial commercial component to the project it should be expected to be in the development agreement, and I assume that would take place or the project wouldn't be approved. But I'm in favor of allowing the use of Lake McIntosh shares for what to me is plainly economic development.
Additional comments? Trustee Wah.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. And we do have goals, and we do have a statement of what our economic development priorities are in this town, and they're in the comprehensive plan. And the first one is to create an environment in which which local businesses can prosper. And if we're creating lived workspaces, we will be meeting many of the sub-objectives of that goal to be able to provide affordable housing, basically a more affordable housing for someone that wants to own and live within the town. Comparing these to what has always happened with CBT shares in the past is irrelevant. Number one, because it doesn't cost the town a dime, whether we take McIntosh shares or CBT shares. This is making it affordable for the development and the development of this. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Longmont calls mixed use economic development. I cannot think of any other way that we can develop Main Street if we don't create, we always say we want mixed use. We need more businesses. We need people to be invested in the businesses that are in town. And the way to do that is to have them own the real estate and to be able to do that. I don't see how comparing this to a CBT for an $800,000 single family home, it's apples and oranges. It is no relevance whatsoever. This is an economic development project for mixed use to create business opportunities and affordable living situations for business owners in this town. If this isn't economic development, I don't know what is. That is my personal feeling. And if we force CBT shares, this development will not happen. And I'm not sure what will happen with Main Street if every time we're going to say, oh, if somebody's going to live there, they got to pay for a CBT share. It just does not make any sense. This is not a single family home. It is not comparing to other things. It is a different thing. And we need to make it affordable for people to be able to live and work and have a business in this town.
Additional comments? Trustee Miller.
Unfortunately, I don't believe that these are going to be anywhere near affordable. I think they're going to be extremely expensive, actually. And the water that's already connected is already the commercial development down there. We do have a affordable housing resolution in place that all development that occurs in the town of Lyons, mixed use, is supposed to be 12% affordable, permanently affordable housing. So I'm not sure how that's gonna fit into this whole plan. But that is our goal. That's been our goal. 12% affordable housing for any development that comes in. So if you want to do some affordable housing pieces, I'd be happy to allow Macintosh shares being used. But personally, I haven't heard anything about these being affordable units, or even adding in an affordable unit. So therefore I cannot support CBT or Macintosh shares in this case.
Trustee Wall?
I just have one piece of math. I mean, the difference between 2 Macintosh shares and a CBT share will I would imagine make the cost of these properties be at least $100,000 more if we make them have a CBT share. So while they may not meet the classic definition of affordable, by forcing a CBT share, we will ensure that they are not affordable.
I think, let me just, before I call on you, let me just clarify something. Are we talking about the development potential on High Street? Or are we talking about the development potential on Main Street?
I don't think we're doing a site review. I think we're trying to define what economic development is and if mixed use falls into that. We continue to go down the specific properties, details, and what's already there and all of that. And that I don't think is the question that we really need to be answering. The question is mixed use providing economic development to the town of Lyons, wherever the hell it happens, whether it happens on Main Street. If this was the Eastern Corridor, we would be buying the shares for Mr. Spyak. So, you know, I just don't understand why we continue to look at the specific details of this property. The question is, will we take shares, and what is the definition of economic development, and will mixed use fall into that, period?
Trustee Robin.
Thank you. Trustee Wah, I agree with you. We need to define what economic development is and is not. To me, adding a couple of extremely expensive condos on top of an existing commercial space is not economic development. Building live-work spaces would be economic development. However, it has become very clear that the owners of 425 High Street are in no way considering selling it at the moment. And so when we consider this particular situation, the way I look at it is what we know that Mr. Sapek may be able to do is put some condos on top of an existing building and use the basement of an existing building and remodel an existing building. So the question then is that economic development?
Mayor Pro Tem, you had a
I'd like to ask a question of the town administrator. Trustee Miller stated a policy of 12% of every mixed-use project has to be affordable housing. Is there any such policy? I understand the town has an overall goal of reaching 12% of affordable housing townwide, but I've never heard of a policy of every mixed-use development. I mean, if you have a mixed-use development that's commercial on the bottom and has 2 condos above it, does that mean one of the 2 condos has to be affordable housing? I've never heard of such a policy for the town of Lyons.
I would need to confirm it with the actual resolution that was passed, but I remember it being that our goal was to have 12% of our housing be affordable.
That's my recollection too. I wasn't on the board back then, but it's 12% townwide or 10% or whatever it was. But to suggest that you can force the much different economics of affordable housing on a small mixed use project is to basically say you don't want any of those projects because affordable housing doesn't really work with small mixed use projects.
I
So
believe,
I think I don't think that policy exists, and I don't think anybody should base their decision on an erroneous statement of a non-existent policy.
Trustee Caravas, do you have a statement? Okay. You want to?
I was just, I agree with Trustee Wall and Mayor Pro Tem Browning on the economic development side. As I stated last time we discussed this, I do have the concerns that Trustee Rogan has brought up. We have existing water there for the businesses. We add a couple of living units on top. That's why I'd asked staff to give us more clarification of what each one of those taps or shares provides for on those buildings before we move forward. So I'm assuming it will come up during the development review process with the PCDC and this board should come to us. But that's where my concerns lie. Do I see it just on the surface as we look at it now as economic development? I do see it that as you take an old building, revitalize it, do something else with it. It does make the building maybe more useful to someone else that wouldn't necessarily look at it at this point of time in the current state. So there's, not to say there's a fine line, there's many different avenues we can look at to say something's economic development and it's not. And that's, each one of those is going to be in the eye of the beholder as people say. But I do see this as economic development, but I'm a little concerned about the water, what the current taps and the shares allowed for those particular properties, what they actually allow for. 2 units up top, 1 on each building. I don't know exactly how it's going to look at this point. I think Administrator Simonson brought up last time about, true water use compared to a home, a family of 4 in a yard and in that. So, but on the surface, to me, it does look like economic development. I would support it at this point.
Let me ask Mr. Seebeck a couple of questions, because I know that he wanted to speak earlier when a comment was made. I'm just honest. You're talking about a multi-million-dollar project. I assume that includes the High Street properties. Is that correct?
Potentially. I don't know if Trustee Rogan heard me earlier, but I have been in communication with Jasmine, one of the owners, last few days, and I actually met with Allie, the other owner, today at her property with the builder that we've been communicating with. So they're interested in selling their property. So just to make that clear, that they are potentially part of the development. Yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you another question, because Trustee Waugh brought this up. If the difference in the water shares is $100,000, which it's a little bit more actually, will that kill the project on Main Street?
I can't answer that 100%, but yeah, I put definitely a big, pause into the whole, concept that we're looking at. It's a lot of money, and currently, to build in these COVID times, materials from what I'm hearing are like 150% up. So it's very expensive to build anything currently. Really hard to get kitchen appliances, for instance, that everything's back ordered.
And the other question I'd like to ask you is what you would value the condos at.
Well, it just really depends on the size. I would think that the condos would range around anywhere between $450 and $500 a square foot.
And how large are they?
The ones on Main Street would be around 1,800 square feet, 1,700 to 1,800 square feet. And the condos on High Street would be around 2,600 square feet, with about 700 of that square feet to maybe a little bit larger than that, commercial components on each floor, ground floor.
Okay, thank you. That gives me more of an idea of what we're talking about.
Okay.
Any further questions? Well, it's a discussion. So let me ask the Board of Trustees after the discussion, how do we feel about it? Let's take what we know. Can we take the Main Street project and discuss that? Mr. CPAC, I imagine that you have a negotiation in process, and that this discussion and how this discussion goes is relevant to whether you close on the property or not?
Well, I'm moving forward on closing on Main Street, no matter what.
Okay, so we can discuss Main Street for sure then.
Yeah, and the owners of High Street are very interested in knowing if they would be considered for McIntosh shares. And that's why they had me include their property on the site plan that I submitted to you a few weeks back.
Well, what's interesting, and I'll reiterate it, is we got an email from them that disputes that.
Well, actually, that was from me.
No, this was
I
from
apologize. I apologize once again for, calling them the girls. I didn't mean that in any way, like a demeaning way. That was totally taken out of context. I meant it in a friendly way because I really like Ali and Jasmine. They're great people, and I would never demean somebody like that. So that was totally taken out of context, and I'm very sorry for that. I've apologized to them, and they've accepted my apology. So hopefully that's behind this.
That's behind for both of us, sir.
Great.
All I'm saying is that the Board of Trustees received an email from Jasmine and Allie.
I'm recalling what they had.
That stated that.
But I will tell you, since then, I've communicated with Jasmine 2 or 3 times, and I met with Allie today, in fact, with the builder. So yes, they are re-engaged, I should say. And all these developments are always all over the place until they're really locked down. But I will say that Main Street is under contract. I'm planning on closing regardless, and redeveloping it. I'd like to redevelop it. I'd like to live above there. And that's the whole, like I mentioned a few weeks back, that's how this all started.
Okay.
Kind of metastasized a little bit.
Okay. So let's take Main Street first. And until I understand the terminology re-engaged, but I'd like the process to be a little bit further down the line before we make a decision on that. Trustee Lowell, how do you feel about Main Street and the dedication of Lake McIntosh shares?
Well, I don't know what the current situation is with the buildings. They have shares, or are they grandfathered and don't have shares? How does that work?
Are you talking about the ground floor?
Yeah.
Yes,
And
the ground floor has water.
Yes.
The ground floor is taken care of. We're talking basically about the 2 units that he's going to build above them.
Well, I do think you can look at what's being done, and if there's a need for more water, then he might need more shares. Right now, we're really at a point where we don't know exactly how much water is going to be required. We are looking at it as the individual condos would have their own individual water connections. So for each condo, you would need your own 3/4 inch tap and a share. Again, a multi-use dwelling would not. If you wanted to convert and do something different and make them rentals, let's say, then you might have a different situation. With the buildings downstairs, we would look at what the current use of the water is, but if they're going to put in something else, let's say one of those businesses became a brewery or a distillery, and they're going to have a big need for more water, there are a couple sections in the code that talk about the changes. And when a building permit is required, you can look those over. So until we got really defined on exactly how the development was going to go, we wouldn't know the actual number of shares that would be needed. But what we would be trying to determine here is how many, or which kind of shares would be allowed for the project. And then as he moved forward in the development plan, I think is when you would start to discuss exactly what would be needed based on the use.
But if we're talking about a residential 17 to 1,800 square foot condominium, we pretty much know that it requires a water share and a tap.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know, I do my math. We're talking $800,000 condos. Mr. CPAC stated it's $450 to $500 a square foot. Those are going to be 17 to 1,800 square foot condos. So.
And your opinion, sir?
My opinion stands. I think for a condominium of that price and that size, we should require a CBT share.
Trustee Browning.
I think Trustee Wall has his hand raised.
Trustee Wall.
So in the example that you just showed, Aaron, I'm thinking about a parcel has a tap on it. And so there's a couple different ways that we could do this, right? So if it was a brewery or a distillery, they could use Macintosh shares because you can do that. You can do commercial development with Macintosh. So that's a moot point. Wouldn't it be possible if to create a combination condo and workspace, and then the water requirements for that combined unit with its different uses would then basically require perhaps one water share? I mean, that's the thing is we're just saying, we're thinking that because different addresses, they have to be different things. There's different ways that Mr. CPAC can put this together. He could sell the condo and the downstairs space together, and then it just becomes one building, right? So, I mean, we're trying to figure it out, and we're trying to make it so that, it's so expensive. I mean, it seems to me if there's already a CBT share associated with 400 Main Street, it could be applied, for the residential use, and Macintosh shares could be used for the commercial use if we're not going to allow it to be considered an overall mixed use development. Is that not correct?
I could see that.
There is a CBT share assigned to that property right now.
Correct, right. And that's why I thought we needed to see what the development would be. As you said, would he combine them? So there's variations that could be done there.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with the direction Trustee Wall is headed, but once again, CBT shares are not assigned to particular properties. Properties participate in an overall town pool of CBT shares. That's not a correct way to look at it.
The connection, though,
I'd simply repeat, this is a mix. The question for us, and I agree with what Trustee Wall said earlier, getting off into what might be done with 425 high and how much a condo might cost and how many square feet they might be. What would happen if a hypothetical brewery came in? That's not before us today. What's before us today is, does a mixed use project qualify as economic development? And if we want to jump into all the particulars of a potential development agreement, it's going to be very, very hard for any developer of anything, of any kind of a mixed use project to come before the Board of Trustees of Lyons and say, hey, I've got an idea for a new mixed use project in the town of Lyons, but to have to flesh out all of these details up front to get approval for commercial use of Lake Macintosh shares, you're going to stifle the development in downtown Lyons. If that's what everybody wants to do, that's fine. We can keep it half vacant and full of real estate offices. this project qualifies as commercial development. If it comes in different during the development review process, and all of a sudden there's no clear commercial use and it's all high-end residential, then it's not going to get approved. But we've gone way, way, way far afield from what's relevant here to us tonight, which is, does mixed use qualify as economic development? If it doesn't, then you can kiss a lot of improvements in downtown Lyons goodbye, because they're not going to happen.
Trustee Carovas.
I'll stand as I stated earlier. It's economic development.
Trustee Waugh. Trustee Waugh.
I say the same thing. If we force CBT chairs, then we're making affordability in Lyons worse, not better.
Trustee Rogan.
I'm still not sure. I'm not convinced that putting a couple of condos on top of an existing building is economic development.
Trustee Miller.
I'm only worried about, I am worried about the affordable housing part, because I'm telling you right now, we have that in place. We have a resolution that we have passed that states that any development needs to have affordable housing. Some percentage of it. There is a resolution passed. I know with Connie, there was one passed with Mayor O'Brien, and there was an IGA or something passed with even before that in 2012 with the state. This has been going on a long time. The affordable housing piece is the most important piece for me. If you can find some way to do affordable housing, even one unit permanently affordable, I'll be all for it.
So do I assume, Trustee Rogan and Trustee Miller, that you do not favor the dedication of Lake McIntosh shares for that particular concept?
I do not.
Trustee Miller?
I honestly don't think that we can make this decision right now. I think we need to have further discussion on this.
So
this has we kind of got thrown to the wolves here. You know, this is the first time it's come up. There's been no, real time to cogitate and stew and figure out what exactly we want. Maybe we should have a workshop, a meeting, what do you call them, a retreat on what we think, we want the vision to look like.
To be clear, it was on the last meeting 2 weeks ago, and he was on 2 weeks before that and said he would wait. So it has been a month of being out there, just to be clear.
I get that, but I mean, we didn't have the information from Longmont until what, yesterday? Whether or
Well,
not
I thought I sent that to right after the meeting. I thought I sent that to the trustees 2 weeks ago in a separate email, but
I just had a question for Trustee Rogan, clarification.
Trustee Waugh, go ahead.
Trustee Rogan, you said that just throwing some condos on top of a building, it doesn't constitute mixed use. I'm not sure if maybe you could help me understand what would constitute mixed use.
No, well, perhaps I misspoke. I thought what I said was it doesn't constitute economic development. So building a building from, to me, building a mixed use building from the ground up, scrape a lot, build a mixed use building, that is 100% economic development. I'm unclear how putting a couple of pricey condos on top of an existing building is economic development.
I believe the comprehensive plan says that our goal is to get more people into downtown and onto Main Street. And if you live on Main Street, that's more people on Main Street. But I think our economic development goals are pretty clear in the comp plan, and that's to help businesses succeed. And the way that you get businesses to succeed is you have people that live near them and patronize them and use them. And the other economic goal was to highlight the characteristics of our town. Mr. CPAC has already said that he's going to maintain the sandstone facades and all of those types of things. So again, we're not talking about his property. Mixed use is okay if it's from scratch, is what you're saying, but mixed use where we just actually take something we already have and enhance it and make it more useful and more modern and so forth is not considered mixed use.
Now, I think you're misunderstanding, Trustee Wah. I understand what mixed use is. What I am having a hard time believing is that by putting 2 condos on top of an existing building, you can call it economic development.
I agree with Trustee Rogan. I agree with Trustee Lowell. I wish that Trustee Miller would be prepared to make a decision, but that basically puts us at a 3-3.
I'm going to have to say my decision is fairly clear. I do not support Lake McIntosh shares for this.
Then it's a majority decision of the Board of Trustees that this particular situation does not warrant the dedication of Lake McIntosh shares. Is that everybody's interpretation, Counselor? Do I have that right?
I think the board is empowered to determine what is and what is not economic development. And what I've heard here tonight is that it's not, but I would encourage the board that we need to get a process around this moving forward, rather than it just being what we've kind of done here the last couple of times.
Mayor, if I may, what I heard through the discussion is that there's some question of whether or not the Main Street development qualifies as economic development. I think what's confusing is we came into this meeting tonight with our last communication from the owners of 425 High Street saying absolutely not, we won't sell to this person. And then hearing tonight that that's still on the table. If that is a separate development, I'm hearing that Trustee Rogan, I don't know about Trustee Miller, and maybe Trustee Lowell would consider that economic development. If you were to remove the building, build commercial and residential on that street, then it sounds like people would be open for those being Lake McIntosh. Is that correct?
And I also concur with that position, because we spoke about the concept of a lived workspace. And that to me may get a lot closer to affordability also. So what do you suggest in regard to the process, Counselor?
I think we probably need to codify something in the code saying that if a project request like Macintosh shares will come before the Board of Trustees, it'll be a hearing with public comment. I think there needs to be something a lot more formal than this discussion process that's been happening.
And that is the next item on the agenda, because Mr. CPAC was wanting, to know if this appeared to be economic development so he could close on this property or not.
Can I ask one question?
Go ahead, sir.
So, I wanted to make it clear to Trustee Rogan that basically the whole roof of 400 Main Street would be coming off to build up. So you're looking at a complete modernization of 400 Main Street, including the basement. The basement would be completely reworked, have a whole new HVAC system, all new, probably all new wiring. Just everything's going to be basically new there. A whole new facade besides the sandstone facade. We wanted to keep some of the original elements, but you're looking at a complete modernization. Imagine that whole roof coming off to go further up. So in effect, it's almost going to be like a brand new building. I mean, we would look, I mean, if you're would entertain, we would look at maybe even tearing down that building and starting from scratch. I mean, if that's what you wanted to see. I mean, it was built in 1967, so it's not, you know, turn of the century or anything really historic. I mean, I consider the diner, you know, it's got a lot of memories to a lot of people, but I just want to make it clear that you understood that is basically going to be a complete modernization. You're going to have a completely different look from the front than it currently is. And everything in that building is outdated, very outdated. So I don't remember, one of the trustees mentioned, if I'm showing that building as a real estate agent to try to lease that building out, it's going to look completely different to a potential tenant the way it is currently than the way it would be after a complete renovation and updating. It's almost like if you're in the market for a single family home and the home's been completely renovated, or you're looking at something that somebody's lived in for 40 years and just went to the nursing home, you know, and needs everything. So that's the way it would look, if that helps.
Okay.
And if this isn't economic development, I don't know what is. I mean, we're looking at like $3.5, $4 million on both projects. I mean, it would definitely be fantastic, in my opinion, if it all comes to fruition.
Okay, thank you. Are we done? We'll move on. Let's move on to.
Are you going to take a vote or not?
I mean, we can do a roll just for clarity's sake. I think we know what it is, but
are we referencing only Main Street or
referencing only
Main and
one
High?
particular project, yes.
Referencing Main Street.
Main Street only.
Clerk Vasquez, please call the roll. Yes is for accepting Lake McIntosh shares, and no is for not accepting Lake McIntosh shares.
And Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Yes.
Trustee Carabas,
Yes.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Yes.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
Lake McIntosh shares will not be accepted on the Main Street per the discussion. And we'll, after our next discussion, I'm sure that we'll enter into the codification phase of our economic development requirements. Could you please read number 3 under general business into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, number 3 is discussion on defining economic development requirements for eligibility for Lake McIntosh water shares.
Staff, maybe a reiteration of if we need it. I don't think we do, but if we need it, or there's something that may have been left out of the Longmont letter. Anything you'd like to add?
The only thing, Longmont said that they would support, however, the Board of Trustees chose to define a project's eligibility as economic development. One of the items that we talked about at the staff level, well, 2 items. One is that when we entered that IGA with Longmont, it was purposefully left quite vague so that the board could decide on individual situations. Since that time, there has been an interest by a couple different boards and commissions to maybe have a subcommittee to help define what does economic development look like in regard to water shares. So potentially someone from the utility board, someone from economic vitality, and someone from planning commission, and maybe a board liaison to kind of look at this from specifically from an economic development angle and set some parameters. So this item is specifically listed to determine if this board of trustees has an interest in trying to define it and adopt it for some guidelines, as Attorney Dittman suggested, or do you want to purposefully leave it as it's written in your agreement with Longmont so that every decision comes in front of the board?
The item is open for.
Trustee Rogan has her hand.
Trustee Rogan.
I would absolutely love to see the criteria codified. I think that it's, leaving it up to subjectivity, I think does not do the town any good. It doesn't do the developers any good. I think if we all know what the clear criteria are for something to be considered economic development for the purposes of water shares, it's going to make everybody's life a whole lot easier and we'll all know what to expect. So I'm fully in support of a committee to do just that.
Attorney Dittman.
And if I may add to that, I think certainly adding criteria as to what economic development means is something we consider. But I think even more important than that is a process, which is here how someone requests Macintosh shares, and then how the board will decide is almost, in my opinion, more important than the actual standards for what economic development means. I just think there needs to be some sort of a defined process by which this is determined, whether either by the board or by staff. Because right now, kind of the ad hoc way of this is being done is, I don't think it's good, for the board's time or for developers' time or really for anybody.
Further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I absolutely agree that it's important to set a process that will be clear as to how a decision on economic development or not for Lake McIntosh share use is important. I totally disagree that some committee of town staff with a board liaison should try to define in advance all the details of what's economic development or not. I don't think we can micromanage those things in advance. You just saw a board go through details of a project that's not even off the drawing board. How do you assess the details of how much sales tax, how much property tax, how many jobs? The board that approved the Lake McIntosh shares use as an alternative for economic development purposes deliberately left it maximum flexibility for the board. The problem being that if you set particular criteria and a business comes along, proposed business comes along and it meets those criteria, it hits the job, it checks the job box, it checks sales tax box, it checks property tax box, it checks minimum square footage, whatever else you want to put in there. You're going to create an expectation that if somebody meets all those criteria, it should be approved. That's fine if that business is maybe a new microbrewery or a new hotel or a new restaurant or an art gallery. What if it's an adult video store? What if it's another liquor store, but it checks all those boxes? I think it's not something that you should define the details of in advance. And I think the policy that exists now to preserve maximum flexibility in determining what's economic development or not should stay in place. That was a decision of the prior board and I support it. But I do think it's important to have a process to get this determined.
Further comments? I agree with my fellow board members in that does have to be codified, absolutely. I don't know if we want to delegate that to the various committees, though.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you?
I'm sorry, it must be my computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I think that I don't know if I'd want to delegate the process of coming up with the code to or even suggestions to the various committees. I think that that's what that we were elected to do. I don't mind suggestions most of the time, but I think that this is important enough that we should handle it. We're going to have to make the ultimate decision anyway. So I think that we should take the responsibility to come up with the code as well. Trustee Wall.
So I have I guess just a general question. So really the way that our agreement with Longmont works today is that anybody who comes with a commercial property has to request the ability to accept it, or they can automatically use Macintosh shares. Commercial and affordable housing, they can automatically use the way it's written today?
You need to request it from the town
They
board.
request it, yeah.
Okay.
And there's no process as defined how that works. Just
Right. Or when it's not automatically accepted, even though Longmont would accept it for any commercial, the town could come in and say, we don't want to accept it for commercial, this specific commercial endeavor.
as it stands right now, yes.
Yeah. It's meant to incentivize the type of commercial development that's in your plans. Yeah.
Like the things in a comp plan that explain what economic development are, for instance.
Mhm.
That would be our plan. I personally would like to have the input and the research done by people who are in planning and are involved in and economic vitality. And then they can bring it to us and we can debate it and we can get educated on it. I don't think that I think this board has plenty we can't even come out with a parking ordinance that we all agree on, for crying out loud. How are we going to figure this out? I think we have experts and we have people that are on committees that serve to provide us with this information, background, and experience. And I'm all in favor of having them bring us recommendations.
I'd like to get this done sooner than later, that's for sure. So, I mean, as long as we can get that, your suggestion, because I don't mind having a new idea put forward, but I'm not in favor of having to wait 6 months for a decision. I think that I'd much prefer to strike while the iron's hot, and that it's fresh in everybody's mind. And I don't think that it's so difficult to understand from a financial standpoint that we can't handle this with the help of counselor, of course. So, I mean, what is the pleasure of the board? Trustee Law, what are your feelings?
I agree with Trustee War. I think let's put some people in the know on this committee and have them bring forth recommendations to this board.
Trustee Browning?
Did you call me, Mayor? I'm really having trouble here.
I'm sorry. Do you have anything to add to that discussion?
No.
Okay.
No, what I said previously, I don't think we need to define economic development at all. I think we do need a process for getting a quick decision for developers.
Okay. Trustee Caravas.
Well, I would like to think we could figure out what economic development is pretty easily without going through a large process, but what we just did just a few minutes ago tells me that I would follow Trustee Waugh's statements that we've got professionals, we got people that do this already, put it together, throw it out there. If I were someone looking to develop something and I see a town board that changes every 2 years, flip-flopping constantly, I wouldn't do business here. I'd move on to another town that's easier to do business with.
The policy lasts for more than 2 years, hopefully.
It could be changed by any elected group at any time.
It could be. It could be. Trustee Rogan, your feelings?
I concur with Trustee Caravas and Trustee Waugh. I think having some certainty in place would be a great thing for everybody.
Trustee Miller.
You just asked me. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well either.
Okay. Your
But I
opinion-
do concur with the rest of them. Trustee Waugh, Trustee Caravas.
Okay. Administrator Simonson, why don't you put together a list of people you think are qualified to review the concept, let's say, and since it was your suggestion, and let's bring that before the Board of Trustees, have them agree on it, and move forward on this as quickly as possible.
Do you want to assign them as a task force since it's a, so, okay. We will see what we can put together.
Who you consider the most qualified people, either on commissions or staff, or however you feel we could come up with the best code.
Okay. Would you like to try to appoint those members at your next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, keep this moving. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I guess that will be the first thing on the list of discussion of future agenda items. Huh? Are there any others? Discussion on future agenda items? Any future agenda items that any board members wish to be brought before the board? Trustee Waugh.
I'm not sure if this is an agenda item or how we go about it, but I would like us to investigate the use of some town property for the storage of RVs and what that business process might look like.
Okay. Any others? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I second that too. I agree. I think that's something we can do. I think it would benefit town residents and benefit the town financially. I checked into the rentals for RV spots in both Loveland and Hygiene, and if we've got extra land, it's a good use to make of it. It would be convenient for our residents. So I think that's something we should discuss at a future meeting. And also, I'd like to put on a future agenda, given the Utilities Director Kaplan's report tonight on the excess CBT shares that we have above the anticipated pre-existing commitment lots. I would like to put on the future agenda the repeal of Ordinance 1055.
Any other items anybody would like on the future agenda? Summary of action items, Madam Clerk.
I've only got two. I've got, we'll have the second reading of Ordinance 1095 and setting up a task force to review the process and guidelines for defining economic development.
Administrator Simonson, do you have anything to add?
Only the amendments being made to ordinance What was the number approved tonight? It's the only other item I have.
1092.
1092 is parking. And then I have for 1095, working with Administrator Simonson on the proper use of pronouns in that ordinance.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
That's it? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We call for the vote. Town clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good
Stay
night.
well,
We
everyone.
achieved
Bye.
one of our great goals tonight. We're on our way to our affordable housing. Now I can talk about it. I can finally talk about it. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.